Year 83, Month 7, Alexis somehow fell back into moments of that mental breakdown constantly. It seemed that whatever she realized really possessed her, it would trigger the soul contract, almost every other day, even if she woke up. Since Alexis had entered into this state, Mila closed her Oakwood hotel to spend more time with her. Why does she keep relapsing into that screaming fit? I don't know. Something keeps triggering the soul contract. Stop it. I can't. I don't know how to. This seemed to be a mechanics of the soul contract. So I attempted to assessing soul contract detailed menu master, tree. Servant, Alexis, current security setting. Intention to break contract and related causes were purged from memory default. Other security settings possible. 1. Notify master of rebellious intentions. 2. Warn servant. 3. Suppress confuse rebellious intentions with other thoughts. 4. Personality mind wipe. Levels and skills will be lost. Chance of possible soul crash. 5. Do nothing. 6. You may also change the memory purge, period, and targeting conditions. Warning. Skill conflict detected. Alexis, laboratory spirit, possessed the skill discovery log. Discovery log records and collates all findings and important facts to produce hypotheses. Discovery log was in conflict with soul contract, purging attempt. Conflict was overwhelming servant's mental and memory faculties. Skill modification not available. Do you want to remove Alexis's skill discovery log or suppress the memory purge? Oh. A fix was possible, but let's talk to Mila. I was not too keen on keeping Alexis anymore. Temporary solutions were just unnecessary bandage. But before that, I took some time to look at the other items in this soul contracts menu, such as the option to undo form. This would be useful for Ares and Yvonne's future role as my servant. Next time, I should mind wipe Yvonne and Ares, since as a newly dead souls their level must be level 1 anyway. Then I didn't have to deal with this. Loyalty issue. Tree, this can't continue, Mila said. Obviously she didn't know I had an idea how to fix her. I can't see her like that. I know we died before and all, but Alexis like that is a fate worse than death. The moment she sees you, this happens. Alexis screamed again. The conflict of skill and soul contract was clearly causing some kind of malfunction, and her tree lab main body transformed into this haunted tree-like thing, the relapse and pain clearly affecting her presence. It was indeed unpleasant to have her like this around, and that negative energy also affected the nearby trees. Mila said, "Can I take her place?" What? No, that was worse. If Mila was the one soul contracted and Alexis was free, Alexis would be vengeful. She'd clearly shown the potential for retaliation, and I was not giving her just cause, however flimsy. Then, what can I do to spare her from this pain? Mila, will you hold it against me if I were to banish her and return her to the reincarnation cycle? The gods of reincarnation will deal with what happens next. You mean kill her, but why can't you just free her? She clearly has the means and motives to harm me. She has attempted that before. I cannot, in good conscience, free a person who has a high possibility of hurting me and my valley sometime in the future. I will stop her, Mila said. Tree, I offer to soul contract myself to you in exchange for Alexis's freedom, and I commit, as part of the contract and without reservation, to stop her from ever attempting to hurt you in this valley. Alexis will not accept that. She will. And if you free both of us, I will guide her away from you. Tree, there was really no need to kill her. The world needed us. Me and her, and you too. Together we can do so much to reduce the destruction caused by the Demon King. We can help the heroes and help to break this cycle. That's good for you too if the threat of demons is reduced. It felt a bit like blackmail. I'm not trying to blackmail you, Mila said. I suddenly felt like she was probably using a skill to negotiate with me. Was it her hotel manager skill? And yes, I am using a skill. It's called sense intent. Now that was not exactly fair, was it? The best outcome was all three of us to split up. You do your thing, we do ours. I will find a way to compensate you in the future for all the troubles you have gone through to protect both of us. It's probably clearer for you to kill Alexis, but please don't. The long-term benefits of retaining her as a force against demons outweighs the risk, and I will stop her. I am willing to enter into any kind of contract with you to prove that I will stop her from trying to retaliate against you. Sigh. Undo her research tree and seed her into a wooden body or a seed or a beetle and put it in my body. I can arrange to move my hotel out. I have a special one-off skill to move my body. Please, Tree. The world needed people like Alexis. This Demon King cycle isn't going to stop itself. I won't release the contract. Why? I won't release her soul contract because it's my only way to prevent her from ever harming me. And I will need you to be in a contract as well to agree to stop her. If you agree, then I will let you both go away and roam under the conditions of the soul contract. I had very little faith in the promises of these heroes, so I thought it was best to bind both of them. I considered my options in the long run. 1. Kill both Alexis and Mila. Pros: I wouldn't have to deal with them for a while. Cons: I had significant uncertainty about the mechanics of this reincarnation system. I was unable to conclude whether killing them actually sent them to another world or they would somehow reincarnate and come back into this world. Particularly Mila, since her god told her to stick around for 1,000 years or so. If so, I may end up having to deal with 2 former heroes in the future. 2. Free Alexis but contract with Mila. Pros: Mila was more trustworthy, and Alexis was the one with a desire to escape. Con: Alexis clearly wasn't going to let that slide, and her being free would mean she could acquire all the means necessary to retaliate. Rejected. 3. Free both of them. Pros: honestly none. Cons: Alexis was clearly suspicious of me, and this fragment thing seemed to have somehow cemented her perception, even despite the restrictions of the soul contract. My act of goodwill may not be reciprocated, and the long-run risks outweighed it. Rejected. 4. Free them but hold them onto contract. The contract was my insurance. Clearly it was good at knocking them out like what it did to Alexis, and I did realize I could make her experience a headache if I so desired. Considering the ability to trigger a mind wipe, I could trigger that at the very end of their soul contract. If you do that when we die, we will both come back to you. Do you really, want to see us again? Yes. That's the point. Only you can stop her. That's why you need to be in a contract. If you somehow move on and reincarnate while leaving her here in this world with me, I will kill her so that she moves on too. So, it's best that no matter what happens, the fates of you two are intertwined like married trees forever. Mila paused. That makes sense. Not the deal I would hope for, but yes. Fine. I, Mila Adams, agree to be soul contracted to Tree and vow to stop Alexis from ever attempting to harm Tree and the Valley. The contract was sealed. I also insisted that they never spoke of my fragments ever again, and I unmade Alexis's form as a soul fused into Research Tree. This stripped her of all her levels and experience, and she was back to a glowing soul in my soul realm. Then with Soul Forge, I fused her into a small beetle. Then a beetle moved that small sleeping beetle to Mila's hotel lodge. I chose a beetle because it was a choice between beetles and spiders. I didn't want to give her that dryad body. That was mine. I recalled that there was a restriction or cooldown for refusing souls into new body forms, but it seemed heroes and former heroes were not subject to such restriction. Thank you, Tree. Mila's Oakwood Hotel started to change shape into a gigantic pea shooter, and it shot out an absolutely massive seed-like thing containing a disassembled hotel. This pea shooter was able to send us anywhere around the world, so we'll be on another continent and we will not bother you anymore. Where? The north, Mila said, where it's cold. Is this the best time to do it with the demons everywhere? I know a place. We'll be fine. See you someday. I'll handle Alexis." In a flash, the pea shooter expanded and then shot the massive seed across the skies. Then the pea shooter decayed and withered, its purpose fulfilled. They were gone now. Was that the best way to separate? Would I regret this decision someday? Alexis's experience as research tree has been converted into experience, similar skill seeds and class seeds. You received class seeds Magic Researcher X4, Pyromancer X2, Schemer X4. You received skill seeds Magic Researcher X11, Pyromancer X5, Schemer X10. You gained 1 level. You are now level 140. You gained a passive skill, Forest of Giants. Forest of Giants causes the trees around your main body to experience significant growth, resulting in the creation of a valley of gigantic trees. Their size will be equal to your own. Produces giant timber. You have gained a new skill, Giant Attendant Trees X100. Giant Attendant Trees are supersized version of subsidiary trees, with 10 times the customizable branch space and 10 times the customizable root space. They also have a root network that was 10 times larger and also expand the communication range by 10 times. They also retain a larger percentage of the main tree's auras and passive, but this was capped at a max of 50% of the main body's aura and passives. Wow. Well, at least she gave me a farewell gift. With that over, I turned my focus on the Southern Walker. The heroes should be there soon, but it seemed they took the scenic route, fighting demon after demon, helping town after town with their demon problems. That was fine, that was what heroes did, but I thought something was messing with them. Still, my trees were not far behind. I had a vested interest in following them. After all, if they died and my trees were nearby, I got a Titan soul, and I couldn't wait to try one. Too bad I didn't get it when I unmade Alexis, but meh. The southern areas of the continent were ravaged. They bore the mark of many battles fought, some between kingdoms and lately against the demons. The Gila Kingdom's recent use of hex bombs meant quite a few impassable terrain thanks to the corruption of the hex. I wondered if hex bombs got used too often, would this world end up like kind of nuclear wasteland, a laugh Fallout. I mean, the hex spawned alienish monsters, hostile to everything. The heroes didn't look like they planned to attack just yet. Lausanne received something from me this month. I had an idea while working on the soul contract that I wanted her to have a special weapon. All heroes had special weapons. Thor had Mjolnir, Iron Man had his suit, and Captain America had his shield. So I made a wooden staff with the largest gem I had in it, and I fused an artificial soul into it. Jura had bamboo, so I thought Lausanne should get one. This was thorny. It's a level 1 living staff. If you practice with it, it will get stronger. I wasn't very creative with names. Lausanne looked at it and twirled it around. To me, it didn't look any different from another staff. The fusing somehow made the large gem melt into the entirety of the spear, but Lausanne could feel it. I sometimes forgot they weren't used to voices other than my own. I chose a staff because it seemed to be a common equipment for druids, since she took the druid class fruit recently. Compatibility with the possession of the devoted. Maybe she'd do something cool with it. I would still want to provide more training, but I thought I would need more powerful dream tutors. Maybe it could be like another world in another world, or a VR experience via dreams. Year 83 month 8T, he heroes defeated the Walker. A hard-fought battle with plenty of deaths from the coalition army, but a victory nonetheless. Also, this was when I realized all the heroes had some kind of summoned army. Perhaps it was the theme this round. Maybe the gods were like the designers for Magic the Gathering, where they designed block mechanics and all the heroes of that block shared the same mechanics. Or were they just rolling the wheel like how I rolled mine? A few days later, after that walker was slain, the 2 other walkers, one of which swam across the seas, combined. Like fucking Voltron. And then I detected it. Magical bombardment detected, Trevor literally shouted, coordinating magic sensors and shield generators. The magical projectile flew overhead. It wasn't aimed at us. So two walkers combined into a long-range magical artillery cannon, a stationary bombardment weapon. It was like the Big Bertha from Total Annihilations. It shot again. "Can we stop it?" I asked the artificial souls. "We need more subsidiary trees in that direction so that we can triangulate the magical signatures and coordinate the shields to intercept accordingly." It shot again. What the hell was that flying overhead? Some civilians finally noticed as the magical projectiles flew past, like a giant comet glowing in the sky. If you asked me, it felt like the demons were now able to retaliate against the blood ritual. Then it stopped. 3 shots and the combined demonic supercannon seemed to be recharging. I wondered whether it was recharging or if it was just waiting for new targets. "What if that thing fires at us?" Jura asked, worried. "We can stop it. Thankfully, the projectile isn't very fast and I can detect it coming." Despite this, I created more subsidiary trees in that direction and a few giant attendant trees. The giant attendant trees could act as a shield. After all, they shared a lot of my toughness and auras. Better safe than sorry. I'll get the men to expand the underground hideouts and sewers. Jura breathed a sigh of relief, but there was an undercurrent of concern. It didn't fire for a week, and we traced the arc of the magical projectile to find that it was aimed at Gila. Half of their capital city had been vaporized by the projectiles. 2 days later, another city in Gila retaliated with one big blood ritual, and it sacrificed 1,000 souls for it. It hit, but the demonic supercannon created a massive wall out of demonic flesh that blocked most of the damage. Was this it? I couldn't help but feel like this was the beginning of a thermonuclear war. The threat of mutually assured destruction to maintain a fragile peace didn't work here, if one side was a race of trigger-happy demons. The heroes, as I followed them, changed their targets for the demonic supercannon. They would have to backtrack since the demonic supercannon was located a distance away to the north. For me, if 2 walkers could do this, why wasn't the Demon King bombarding the world to death? Couldn't it do that? Surely, with the Demon King's ability, which was supposedly 1 order of magnitude higher, it could shoot projectiles like that all the time. What was stopping it? A lack of imagination. A lack of bullets. Did it need to tap into some kind of magical ley line to power the supercannons beyond what they were normally able to do? Oh well. Or maybe it was some strange systemic limitations that were imposed. I sometimes felt the system's rules didn't really apply all that well for those in the higher rungs of power. I wondered whether it was like my home world, where money allowed one to get away with rules that those with limited resources couldn't. After some thinking, I felt it wouldn't go anywhere unless I could interview the Demon King, so I stopped thinking about it. Closer to home, I focused on Lausanne, the Valthorns, and the Valtrian Order. Mila's Oakwood Hotel was gone, and that left a gap in the hospitality business. Eager to fill it, I created an artificial soul and merged it with the Tree Lodge to create a similar thing. Still, the gap was far too huge compared to Mila's level 70+ hotel. Oh, I called my new artificial soul Traveler's Treveler, and the business was called Pine Lodge. It had complaints on the first day. Who's this pathetic person running this pathetic establishment? Well, I had to intervene and quickly rehire the tree folks that Mila used to employ and pay them slightly more to make up for the gap she left behind. It'd take some time before Treveler even became a decent inn manager, but a business was a business. We need a chef. Lady Mika used to cook great vegetarian dishes. Well, in a roundabout way, it was Emile who volunteered to cook for the kitchen. She didn't have any chef classes, but I had chef and cook class seeds from the many dead people's souls I collected over the decades. I'd also need a barkeeper, but that was for later. Ian. A group of 15 children stood around a circle, around a tree of prayer in Jura's courtyard. An old lady led them. She was one of the caretakers of the orphans. There had been more refugees this month. Even though the heroes had been out helping to squash the demons, there were still way too many demons crawling around the continent. The demonic supercannon really messed up a lot of defensive strategies, as armies needed to split into smaller detachments to avoid total loss. Yet with the message network down, this meant the separated armies needed to rely on old-school means of communicating by couriers or riders. It was a strangely effective strategy. Split up the large armies and with the communications down, pick on whichever force that was lost. Anyway, the old lady bowed. The 15 children followed. This is Ian's many bodies. He is everywhere in the valley and he watches over us. Are you ready to be the next batch of Valthorn initiates? The 15 children, aged 6 to 10, nodded. Good. This was a test. You will receive a familiar from Ian if Ian sees you worthy for the first step. All of them got a familiar. It really wasn't a test, but nobody needed to know that. These children were young, and the intention was for them to be forged in the flames of battle. This was because I decided to expand the Valthorn significantly, and I expanded it to a group of 100. The Minder's use was rather limited, and yes, it was useful for me to observe the levels and skills they acquired, but I would use the Minders on people that were more sensitive and with special gifts. In short, the regular kids would become regular warriors with familiars, though they would have the Valthorn title, and the truly talented would be observed using the Minders. The 15 children walked back happy. For many of them, this was a great gift, and they were eager to test it out. So far, I had not lost any of the Valthorns in battle, but I believed some of them would die over the next few years. It was just inevitable. Year 83 month 9T, he supercannon fired multiple times, and I believed the shots were aimed at the heroes, or at least it tried to shoot them the moment the demons found them. Many times, the network of magical sensors picked up the surge of the magical projectile, and after we concluded it wasn't going to land anywhere near us, we let it zip by. This, naturally, was a problem for the heroes. The heroes wanted to fight the demons, and they did as much as they could to fight the demons. They and their summoned, magical army went out of their way to stop as many demons as they could. Yet fighting demons personally also meant they revealed their own presence to the supercannon. The supercannon clearly had no concern for friendly fire, and would not hesitate to annihilate any demons present in the area to get a shot at the heroes. That said, the heroes did have some measures to protect themselves. Harris, the shield hero, had a massive absorption shield, and he was able to absorb one shot from the supercannon. Based on the current firing patterns, the supercannons could fire 3 long-range shots consecutively every 5 to 6 days. So after the shots, the heroes actually had a short window in which they could advance as fast as they could or fight as much as they could, since the threat of the supercannon didn't hang over their heads after every volley. The supercannon was also a huge demon factory, and the nearest subsidiary tree near that area saw thousands to tens of thousands of demonoids sent in all directions. It was just a lucky thing that the supercannon usually wouldn't target conventional targets, since they seemed focused on the heroes, or anyone that invoked a blood ritual against it. Or so I thought. Middle of the month, multiple smaller battles happened throughout the valley. Some of these demons attempted to attack the volcano, some attempted to retake the former snake dungeon, some attempted to just, well, punch through my line of trees. It was good combat practice for the Valthorns, and with the expanded operating range around the giant attendant trees, I was able to use these giant trees like regional hubs for my beetles to operate it. Well, at least Tree sees things my way. Lausanne said. She'd been out fighting, and I thought she was using the fighting to work through her frustrations about leveling and how insanely overpowered the heroes were. Some of these girls are too young to be fighting, a captain complained. We're babysitters. Experience counts. Age shouldn't stop them from seeing the demon war for what it is. Lausanne shrugged. You watch them, the captain complained. Lausanne nodded, and she played protector of the young Valthorn convoys. Each squadron of 100 soldiers played nanny to a group of 5 Valthorns, excluding Lausanne and the first-generation Valthorns, who were considered regular soldiers. There was usually a small beetle force of 1,500 that acted as the bulk of any combat force. The general consensus on the accepted age for a person to start fighting in this world was about 14, but children younger than that had played support roles, such as food handlers, helpers at healer tents, tending to animals and stuff. I mean, if one reached age 14, one must have survived at least one Demon King era, right? Children matured quickly in the face of death and destruction, though not by choice. And then we felt it. A shot from the demonic supercannon, and this time it was aimed right at me. Ah well, I'd been waiting for this moment. I wanted to know how my shield stacked up. Steelwood barrier, X55 large wooden shields manifested midair, supported by roots appearing from the ground, and the magical projectile smashed through 4 of them. Oh, it was more of an oh of relief, really. Honestly, this meant if the actual bullet hit my main body, it probably wouldn't cause much damage thanks to all my perks. But the rest of the subsidiary trees and New Frico itself would suffer damage. It wasn't really me that needed protecting from demons, but the valley. My fellow lovely trees and flowers, plants, herbs, and crops. Biodiversity of the valley was fragile. It had to be so gently preserved. This valley was our prized garden, and we were its gardeners and protectors. Ain't no nasty demon gonna step on my field of herbs or crops. It fired again. Trevor quickly calculated its trajectory and alerted me to be ready. Just as before, 5 steelwood barrier blocked it successfully, and we blocked the 3rd shot too. The steelwood barrier was clearly a league above the previous wood shields, so that was a plus point. Next time if a demon walker came close, I could have this right in its face. Maybe I could use it as a weapon. Should we retaliate, Commander? Strategy asked. How? Tree line. Or perhaps invent a weapon similar to the one used by Lady Mila. Oh, a pea shooter. Indeed, the strategic advantages of a weapon like that can't be understated. It's capable of long range. We could build a massive wooden bullet enchanted with anti-demon magic as a projectile. Would be extremely beneficial with the commander's superior anti-demon powers. Huh. Well, were there naturally occurring versions of the pea shooter for my research, since the system wasn't so willing to give it to me? Maybe some other time. I'd need adventurers to get them, but with the demons running amok, most of them now found a safe base of operations and worked from there. I hope the merchant networks got restored soon. All my artificial minds had pending upgrades. Even with the Merchant Guild's regional coordination center being here, trade routes were still unstable, and that meant total value of trades was still way lower than pre-Demon King. Tree, I got an idea. Lausanne came to me one day. Yes, can you animate wooden stuff for us to practice combat with? I was thinking moving wooden figures shaped like monsters or other humans, and we get to fully simulate all kinds of situations. If you can add weather effects, that would be even better. Where'd she get that idea? That sounded like the kind of training room Kung Fu Panda had. But should be possible. I saw a bunch of fighters out in the barracks using these wooden dummies as practice. I've got no idea why, but I thought with your power you could create a totally awesome version of those dummies. I could. Well, that was certainly worth exploring. I mean, it was a natural extension of the current training rooms. Yeah, I think it'll be a good experience for the younger kids to practice with dummies their own size and gradually work up to larger and full-size dummies. I mean, we're small. Lausanne wasn't exactly small anymore. She was 14, and at this age she was about 85 to 90% of her full height. But think of it, if you could animate dummies that resemble all sorts of monsters, we could get similar combat experience before we even face the real thing. So the room should have like dummies for kids. That was a good point. It's totally going to be great. It's like your dream tutor. But because it's real, we could build what Uncle Jura calls muscle memory. So, essentially have wooden dummies resembling all kinds of monsters as practice. Essentially, a VR for battle, or like Matrix's dojo. Fine, but the amount of variation was beyond what I thought a regular training room could provide, so I decided to make an artificial soul merged with a training tree to form a tree of learning. I'm your trainer. Let us begin practice. A wooden dummy appeared and he could speak. He bowed to Lausanne like a kung fu master. He was literally a wooden avatar that represented the merged tree. He was level 1, of course, but yes, I decided trainer sounded like a good name for a trainer. I was contemplating between trainer or treater or practrice, but I supposed if I had multiple trees of learning, I could use all of those names. Should a basic Valtrian version of the boot camp be called root camp? I digressed. The death of all the mortals in the region to the demons meant that I had a large supply of soul fragments to make artificial souls, and the volcano also happened to help expand my artificial soul capacity since it, too, supplied a kind of power. Lausanne looked impressed and happily started. So, since she and the young kids were busy with their newfound practice toy, kinda like how athletes went hyper over their new practice equipment, I left them alone. Not that I had much of a choice. Because the damned super cannon fired 3 shots at me again. Like, I had the wonderful honor of taking so many shots. Was I, like, firing practice? A wooden dummy for the demon super cannon to practice their aim. Any ideas on how we convert that energy from the shot into something usable? Can we have magic-absorbent wooden shields? I mean, it was energy in some form, no answer. Ah well. I blocked all of the shots, of course, but one of them blew up extremely close to New Freaka, which freaked everyone out. That was good. Everyone should be reminded of their mortality every now and then. Year 83 month 10T, he supercannon decided to change target. I wondered if it was because it presumed I died or it just found something better to shoot at. I mean, how did the demon even know whether it hit or not, right? It wasn't like there were eyes on the projectile, right? My own suspicions were they had spotter demons, but with my expanded trees and network, I didn't think so. There was not a single demon within 50 miles of me. So they decided to shoot at Ransala, and the capital of Tact, and also the capital of Barsum to the north. It wasn't hard to calculate, since the energy signature's movement gave a direction, and the travel of the magical projectile was something that could be pinpointed by using an array of magical sensors. Then triangulating the route based on the time gap, different sensors detect the same energy signature. But this raised a question. How did the demon even know about the concept of capitals? Did they go by population density? Or did they have some kind of scanning mechanism that allowed them to spot where exactly were the big cities? I had the impression it could detect heroes, and the concept of a retaliation could be easily understood, but if it could deliberately target capitals, it meant the demons could understand the concept of what was a human capital. Being the political constructs that they were, therefore was sentient and intelligent. Or maybe it was simpler. Maybe it just detects the presence of a king. Jura's idea was that, well, King S actually had an aura thing that spanned their domain. A demon in that domain should be able to sense where the king was if it had the right kind of sensors. If Alexis's previous theory was that the demon king could sense heroes, What was stopping them from looking for kings? Didn't that mean the king can never run away or flee? I think they can turn their presence off and on. I thought it was both. News about the attack traveled quickly. I happened to have the benefit of having a front row seat of the destruction. Rancella's main palace suffered a massive explosion that vaporized the entire royal palace. The king and the royal family were dead. Even from the subsidiary tree that I had in the Rancella's forest reserve, which was luckily spared from the projectile, I could vaguely see the destruction of Rancella's royal district. A very, very precise shot from the demon super cannon. Seemed like Jura's idea that it detected a king had merit. This precision didn't make sense without it. The news eventually arrived via courier and got to Yvonne 2 weeks later, and as expected, she took this news the hardest. In that she was most conflicted. The king, then the prince, was the one that killed her previous benefactor and Roma's father. Ares and Roma and the former counselors that formed her inner circle quickly met up in her house to discuss the events. The king is dead. You are certain about this? Yvonne asked, and all of them, the first-generation founders of New Frika in a sense, gathered. The first generation were refugees from a civil war, after all. They lost. Yes, Lady Yvonne. I confirmed with at least 10 other sources. The blast from the demon somehow managed to break through all the magical barriers protecting the palace and destroyed the palace. Even the royal chambers with its ancient magics did not last. But Ian just blocked a few of those shots. Perhaps those ancient magics have eroded, but regardless, what matters is that the king and the immediate family that lived in the royal palace is dead. Even the king's 4 sons, their bodies have been found charred and burned. The king's own body was found half vaporized, his head and left hand partly protected by the protective magic of the royal crown and the ring of the hero's throne. 2 of the other men and women squirmed at the description. The others let out a bit of a sigh. Some just kept their mouths shut and looked at Yvonne. So, Lady Yvonne, there will be a war soon, perhaps not an outright war because of concerns over the Demon King, for the throne of Sala. Yvonne sighed. My duties and commitment are here. I am after all bound to Ian under contract. Pretenders to the throne will emerge, and Roma, as the child of Prince Galen, has a claim. Yvonne sighed. All of you knew too. We always did. I'm sure many back in Ransala know too. The pretenders will come for his life, whether he likes it or not. He's only 10 and may not be ready for such conflicts, but yet the blood of the kings runs through him. And that means responsibility, Lady Yvonne, a duty to the old throne to claim his birthright. I cannot leave, and here Roma is safe. Ian's eyes and ears watch over all of us. No one will be able to attempt to take his life. Lady Yvonne, if I may, can you convince Ian to support Roma's claim? That was absurd. Yvonne shook her head. Why would a tree spirit even bother with the royal affairs of another kingdom? Ian has shown no respect or regard for the thrones of mortal men. It was but a flimsy thing to him. But he can be bargained with. A deal can be struck, just as you did. Only when it was aligned to Ian's goals, however ephemeral and random that goal may be. And Roma may not want to be king. We should ask him. I'm afraid his reluctance will earn him support. Many of the old court prefers a puppet on the throne, someone who would just delegate the duties of a king to the royal court. He cannot avoid this fight, Lady Yvonne. It is infinitely better to take this fight on our terms, with a base of support that's unshakable. Ian, as a great spirit of the land, is clearly one support the citizens of Sala will respect and fear. They met in Yvonne's house, and there was tea on the table. Some ginger biscuits, too, made from the order's herbal gardens. Yvonne looked at the rest of the men. We owe it to the humans, our human friends who supported Prince Galen's fight back then. There are many who were forced to kowtow to the new king of Sala. This is our chance to pay them back. If not for Roma or yourself, do it for Prince Galen who would have been a better king than his brother. Yvonne's fingers were shaking. My contract with Ian is unshakable, but Roma is free. There are many who would see you return. Those of us who can return to support Roma's claim will do so. There are also many who will kill me and Roma without blinking an eye, and there will be those who rally against us. The other pretenders will claim Rome as a new freakin' and no longer has a claim on the throne. No matter the naysayers, the blood doesn't lie, and the crown of Sala is a magical artifact from the first kings, and it will recognize any man who is a legitimate heir. If Roma has the pretender to the throne of Sala title, he has a right to the throne. Roma came in with Ares. One of the counselors asked, "So, my dear Roma, did you get a notification about your class?" Roma looked puzzled at the gathered group. What's this, mommy?" Ivan sighed. "Roma, there is a long and difficult conversation I need to have with you." The others let Ivan and Roma have a bit of personal space, as Ivan explained to Roma who his father actually was and what had happening in Sala. Roma seemed to take it quite well, but perhaps he was just too stunned to even react in any way. At 10 years old, maybe that was a good reaction. And when the conversation was over, Roma just ran out of the house. Okay. Ivan walked out to the living room again and looked at her compatriots. Didn't go well. He said he needed some time to think. I see. I was thinking, Lady Ivan, how close were you to Lausanne? Quite close. Lady Lausanne's an amazing fighter, and if I may, she has all that is needed to be a valuable protector of Roma. Could you convince her to go with Roma? Ivan shook her head. Number Roma has his own friends. Tact and Barsoom, strangely, didn't suffer that badly. The news from couriers relayed that Takt's royal castle had an ancient magical circle that activated just in time, and it was actually strong enough to absorb the magical attack. Barsoom, on the other hand, also had similar magical protections and had so much reinforcement from Barsoom's own council of archmages that the blast was deflected to somewhere else. I suppose not all kingdoms were that helpless against demons, else a society like this wouldn't have survived all that long. Still, the blast and the wars meant refugee season again. There was a whole load of refugees, and thanks to the fear of the demon blasts, they traveled in smaller packs, away from the heroes. Even some of Ransala's citizens were running, because if even the king with all his protections couldn't protect himself, how could a regular citizen hope to even survive such a blast? New Frika was already massively populated, and the poop issue was only thankfully under control due to my recent advancements in filtration and metallic concentration trees. 110,000 now after all the massive waves of immigration, comprising of about 50% elves, 20% dwarves, 10% centaurs, 5% humans, 5% treefolk, and 10% others such as beastmen, lizardmen, garudas, or harpy-likes. Anyway, with the great attendant tree, this skill significantly improved my force projection abilities outside my immediate range. These great trees essentially functioned as mini-me's with 50% of my abilities. 50% was still plenty because, with a few great attendant trees, and with some support of higher-level fighters, I thought I could take on the super cannon. In a way, it was like a carrier battle group. It was just so overpowered because I could lose the great attendant trees without much risk. I could just add more. Since the heroes were headed that way, I could strike at the super cannon at the same time, and that would improve my chances. So I mapped a path of subsidiary trees to execute that plan. Meanwhile, further south, the heroes were now making their way back. Their path would likely bring them through New Frika. Say, do you think these trees belong to Ian? Becky asked. She looked at one of my subsidiary trees that was on a hill. There were some bushes and other plants nearby. I don't think so. It looked quite different. My intended camouflage of tailoring the types and species of my subsidiary trees paid off. Didn't make sense that these trees somehow survive, though. There are trees everywhere. You underestimate how resilient nature is at reclaiming wastelands. True, and the hero chat popped up again. "Hi guys," Astra's voice boomed. "I've got a task for all of you." "Huh, I've gotten my level 90 perk, and it's a telecommunications tower." "Oh wow, that's fast." "We haven't reached level 90 yet, although we fought a demon walker," Harris frowned. "Anyway, so what's the task? Does it help us against the demons?" "Yes. Yes, it does. So anyway, this world used to rely extensively on a kind of magical messaging system, something like SMS in our world, at least before the internet took over. So the Demon King arrived and that messed up the entire messaging network." "Oh, it's just messaging, isn't it? What's the big deal?" Harris frowned. "The guys I met all use couriers and scouts to deliver letters." "It fucking matters, Harris. Instantaneous communication means real-time targeting of spells, real-time military coordination and cross-continental trade. It means you can find out where the demons are instantly by just asking. So my level 90 perk allows me to build telecommunication towers, and this will restore the messaging function within the area. All these telecommunication towers are magically linked, so this will also allow the nations to talk to each other again." "Oh, I don't see the awesomeness, but sure, if it helps us against the demons." "So, the task is I'm going to send you 5 deployment gems via hero cloud trading. These things will expand into the telco towers. But the catch is you need to find a place that has some protection, perhaps a city with strong magical protection or some ancient defensive matrices left behind by the previous generations of heroes. If the towers go down, the messaging function goes down with it." Can't the tower just stay with us permanently? I could protect it." Harris didn't seem keen. "Well, how about the rest of the world then? The range of each of these towers isn't that big. At most 1 or 2 countries. We need to spread it as much as we can. If you can find places with some kind of magical supply or ley line, even better, because the magical energies will amplify the telco tower's range." "That's not good. The demons want those kinds of spots too," Becky responded. Astra just chuckled. "Well, if you guys get your level 90 perks, you'll get some kind of structure too. I think Helen's level 90 perk was a healing tower that also has a garrisoned army of magical knights." "So you're saying we need to get our level 90 perks, then use our towers to protect your telco tower?" "Yup, that's part of the strategy we were going for. Like Jared's level 90 tower was a cannon tower that shoots stuff at any demons in range." Then 5 gems appeared next to Becky. "One last thing, it's activated via star mana. All right, gotta go, got a battle coming up in a few hours." And hero chat disappeared. "Level 90 perks," Harris looked around. "They were camped near one of my subsidiary trees. I wonder why our leveling was slower. We seem to be fighting just as much as them," Becky said as they munched over some barbecued rabbits. "It's just a few levels. We're already in our level 80s, Myri shrugged. "Don't think about it too much. Maybe they killed more demon generals than we did." "I guess." Becky stretched and yawned. "Well, I for one am very much look forward to going back to New Freaka. I can't wait to see Lady Mika again." "There is so much I want to ask her," Harris smiled. "Yeah, and proper beds. I will kill 1,000 demons for a proper bed right now." "Me too. Year 83 month 11 Tihei want us to host their families. I recall we have answered that request before." Jura frowned. "They were welcome as regular guests, but no special treatment. That means no special area where existing New Freakin' law does not apply to them." "I understand this time it's temporary," counseled Jura. "We can have a small area set up for all these royals outside New Freaka, a temporary camp for them. The royals will handle their own camps. It's a united request from the envoys of the 5 countries. The heroes will destroy the demonic monster soon, and the royals will return back to their respective homes." "I'm afraid that still sounds like they want their own enclave." "Honestly, it sounds like a no. But for you, I will consult Ian for his views," Jura answered to the counselor. "I have informed them that in no way this will affect New Freaka or Ian's sovereignty over this valley. The royals acknowledge they are here as guests, it's just that they want to continue their life of privilege, Jura sighed. This was the second time they asked, or maybe it was the third. Perhaps there were more instances where the request went through other channels. Tree, what's your view? They are guests, nothing more. Follow the rules and they can stay. Behave improperly and they will feel my wrath. Whatever privilege granted is in a personal capacity, but not by law. The politics behind this request was frankly rather simple. Not all capitals had the kind of magical protection that some kingdoms did. Some of the older kingdoms like Barsoom had a wealth of inherited artifacts from heroes of a different era, and those artifacts powered various shields and barrier magic. Survival. It struck fear into the hearts of royals. The thought of dying in your own palace from a magical projectile from far away. Maybe it was like us. Someday, we would die to an asteroid we could do nothing about. They are willing to bend over backward for your protection, Tree, Jura explained. Some of them are already here, secretly. I hear one of the young princes of Rajaskan is already living with one of the merchants here. Smuggled, I hear, since it didn't sound good to some nobles if the princes were seen fleeing. Well, Ivy told me about some strange foreigners escorted by a small group of knights, but I suppose they didn't seem dangerous to warrant any action. Indeed, no unusual behavior detected other than complaining about everything to the merchant, but it seemed the prince's minders were managing him. They have all been advised to remain within their respective premises. Well, I did say they could come if they could behave themselves. Ivy then responded, there was also a princess and prince from one of the Nung houses. Ah, Nung. That country had a few sub-kingdoms within a kingdom. Weird practice. Not too interested to find out more, Jura frowned. Looked like some of the earlier messages from the envoys have gotten out. Who else? A few princes and princesses, a queen from one of the city-states down south, Jura explained. Some lords, ladies, and dukes too. It's quite a big list apparently. Okay. I wasn't exactly keen on hosting a royal or elite party, but my word was law, and I had said they were permitted to visit, so long as they did not do anything funny. Trevor, hand over some of your tasks to Strategy. Strategy, we can hold off on the rod for now since we already have one forest rod. Trevor, I want you to help Ivy with observation of the royals. I do not intend to have these royals prance about my valley like they own it. Acknowledged. So, Jura was oblivious about my conversation with Ivy and Trevor. Do you think we should set up a special quarter for them? Some of the counselors think that was a good choice. That was special treatment. Let them find their own accommodation. I am not creating a special district or allowing them to have a special tent area just for royals. And there is probably going to be a fight. They stay among us, and if they act up, I want the order on them. It was then that there was a knock on the door. Counsel Jura, may I come in? It was Mattias. Sure. Mattias looked uneasy. Counsel Jura, I received a request from Royal Court of Barsoom. Jura frowned. He knew where this was going. Oh, they survived the attack, I recall. Indeed, but the ancient shield matrix of the Grand Palace will not be recharged within a week. It takes at least 2 months for that matrix to come up again. The royals now fear a second strike, and they would like to be here. It was as you say, counsel. They wish to hide it out until the heroes slay the demons. I was not quite keen on being the Swiss Alpine hideout or the nuclear bunker of the rich and powerful. Seriously. But then again, I also believed in the free movement of living beings. After all, what were boundaries in nature? Animals roamed the terrain all the time, and did lions bother about little rats moving into their realm? Did trees and forests care which animals hunted in their woods? So if these people came over like any other, I didn't believe in stopping them. I just wouldn't go out of my way to help. Yes, temporary. Barsoom was greatly indebted after what we did for the young princess a few years back, and they would like to offer various perks if we do protect them. No special treatment, Mattias. If we take from Barsum and do not take from the others, I do not think that is a fair trade. Nor is New Frika in any kind of diplomatic arrangement with Barsum, whether as an ally or in a mutual defense pact, Jura answered. I believe Tritri has similar views, but I'm afraid you will have to accommodate the Barsum royals in your own quarters or with any of your merchant friends, or the hotels, Mattias sighed. I was hoping to use the Order's guest houses. With Oakwood Hotel gone, there is really no place fit for royals in this town. That would be us taking sides, Mattias. The councillors will use this against us. I am sure you understand. Mattias was silent for a moment, then he nodded. I will relay the message. He left. Jura sighed. I think Mattias got offered an amnesty of some kind. I think. But I do agree with your position. New Frika's position as a uniquely neutral place was made possible thanks to you, Tritri. So the Order cannot be seen as taking sides, especially with a party that's not formally allied with us. But perhaps, Tritri, if any of the nations do want an alliance or treaty of some kind, would you consider it? I would, but truly it's all about the terms. With all the royals coming over, it might be a good time to talk about what would be a deal-breaker and what's a must-have, Jura said, and then took out a notebook. I am certain discussion about alliances would come up, and I'd have to do some sensing of what the other kingdoms were willing to give. I will refuse any alliance requiring me personally to protect their lands, and I will not take part in any offensive war between kingdoms. Actually, was that wise? Maybe I should ask the question to Jura instead. No, ignore that. I do not want to be dragged into any conflict with other nations or between nations. What kind of treaty will allow that? Jura tapped on the notebook. Well, that rules out any alliance or mutual defense pact, since being in a group means there are countries that are outside of a group and a conflict will emerge one way or another, which inevitably you will get involved. Oh, we'll just have to survive on our own like we always have. Jura smiled and happily sipped on his hot tea. There was a cold wind blowing outside. Once again, winter came far too quickly. Honestly, I like it that way too. That didn't sound right. I did think making connections and alliances were a good thing, but I thought my issue essentially was that these nations, I didn't think I'd ever be able to rely on them. There was something about alliances with nations that felt fickle. These nations, with their millions of citizens and changing leaders, could I make a deal with them that would last hundreds of years? After all, it'd be a major waste of my personal time and energy if I allied with a nation that probably lasted only 10 years. I thought I would prefer individual deals with powerful individuals who could hold up their end of the bargain than with nations as a whole and the political complexity that entailed. Perhaps I should seek out other spirits and make alliances with them instead. At the very least, as fellow long-lived beings, our arrangements would last longer. Did that make me speciesist or spiritist? I should really extend my trees to the Lillipod city. Then I could talk to another spirit. Maybe other spirits had experiences on this matter. Was there some ancient alliance of ancient spirits I could apply to? There were murmurs of unhappiness in the ground, Trevor and Ivy reported. Oh, so quickly. These royals didn't take long to make their displeasure apparent to their hosts, and their hosts were rattled and were now pressuring the councillors to do more to appease them. Unjay. Like what? One of them wants to go hunting in the woods and were requesting the councillors to permit them access. How should I handle this? Perhaps this was a good time to send some fear into the royals, else they would constantly badger them. Well, if that prince was up for it, let him into the woods. Let's see how he likes ghosts. The heroes finally arrived. What? How'd a hotel like Oakwood just vanish? Harris grumbled. And why were all the hotels so full? You must be new here, the innkeeper responded. New Frika's the safest place in all of the central continent. Ian, our great protector, blocked many shots from the vile, monstrous demons. Naturally, those who can afford it want to be here, It's safe and there are secure food sources. No wonder you look rich, Becky frowned. This was ridiculous. Ah, a safety premium is naturally to be expected. Did you think safety comes free? The innkeeper laughed. I didn't recall charging that sort of tax, but I guessed I could consider it. A protection fee. But that made me like those cheap gangsters that extorted money. But then again, that was what the government did, right? It was only who and how the protection was charged. If I was the local government, then did I have that right? Do we have to camp in this place? Man, this sucks. I was looking forward to meeting Lady Mika again. It's so strange that she just vanished. Myri kicked a pebble on the floor. There was a lot of roots on the ground, and they formed into steps. If you miss her so much, I hear she left some notes for the Hospitality Guild and the Valtrian Order and the Adventurers Guild. Maybe you can check with them whether she left anything for you. Harris nodded. Okay, let's check with the Adventurers Guild first. Indeed, Mila left them a note. I wondered what it said. She had to move north because of some personal commitments. Really? So sudden. And how does she even move north with so many demons? Did she mean north of this continent or north where? I don't know, she didn't say, but she did leave some instructions. The three heroes walked to one of the treefolk's wooden homes. Ah, you must be the chaps Lady Mika asked me to host. Come in, come in. An aged treefolk female greeted them. She was one of Mila's former employees. She let them into her house, a small place in one quiet corner of New Frika's bustling town. Sorry for bothering you. It's fine, Lady Mika left a bit of money for all the trouble, and here's a box of things she wanted me to leave for you, a wooden box. It was small, probably no bigger than a shoebox. Ooh, fancy amulet, Becky opened. And books. They opened it and started reading, and I cursed internally. I couldn't read with spirit vision. They rested for a day. They went to the market the next day. Where do we even start? Becky looked a bit lost. The merchants selling ores and stuff, at least. Harris pointed, and they walked over, glancing at the things. Crystals, right. Myri seemed equally puzzled. The merchant said the price, and the three heroes glanced at each other. Discount, they haggled. And eventually they bought some. And then they went to one of the many blacksmiths and forges and rented one of furnaces. They spent a good 4 to 5 hours in there, seemingly trying to work at the crystal and use their star mana. I overheard them complain about how tiring it was, and eventually they emerged with a small crystal dagger. They admired their hard work for a bit and then concluded that they all need to spend more time on their work. Then we all sensed it. A shot from the demonic super cannon, at me, at them. They ran out of the furnace, but they were too slow. But I wasn't taking chances. 5 steelwood barriers emerged midair, suspended and supported by roots and vines. And it absorbed the shot easily, crushing the first 4 barriers as expected. Then the demonic super cannon fired again, and I blocked, and another shot. I blocked it too. I wasn't going to let the shot ruin my beautiful growing valley of giant trees. Then it was quiet. Harris, Becky, and Myri all shared glances. First time, some passerby asked. He was probably oblivious they were heroes. Then again, it wasn't like they publicly declared they were heroes. The 3 didn't reply. Yeah. Those loud booms are scary, but it's happened a few times already. The pedestrian shrugged. Anyway, don't block the road. The 3 quickly shuffled out of the way. The 3 of them looked at each other. Guess we know where to put our first tower. Agree. The 3 walked to the Valtrian Order's premises and they bumped into Lausanne. Oh, Lady Lausanne, nice to see you again. Lausanne was similarly equipped for war. Her new living weapon was now about level 15 or so. Lausanne just nodded. High rematch. Not today. We'd like to meet Council Jura. We were told that Council Jura can assist us if we want to place an object in New Frika. By who? Lausanne led them to Jura's main office. Oh, Lady Mika. And they were in Jura's room. Pleased to meet you, Council Jura. The 3 bowed. We're the summoned heroes from the other world. We'd like the Order and Ian's permission to deploy a magical artifact, a tower that restores message to the region. Can I see the artifact? Becky walked over and passed the small gem to Jura. Jura looked at it and then placed it into a circular bowl that was actually connected to Magic Lab for analysis. Analyzing. The analysis wasn't very useful, since my Magic Lab didn't seem to be able to look very deeply into the composition of the item. Indeed, it looked to be magically linked to the heroes, and from what little I could see, the heroes could take down the towers once they didn't need it. It was surprisingly similar to a subsidiary tree in theory. In short, my understanding seemed to be that the heroes had these towers. They acted as extensions of themselves, and like subsidiary trees, these towers function primarily to create a magical lighthouse for message spells. What else does it do other than restore message? Does it allow you to filter through the messages? Jura asked. If we were to depend on the heroes' infrastructure for communication, did that not mean we owe them? Was that why there was all these concerns over network infrastructure providers? Then again, it was a short-term thing. While I could use my network of subsidiary trees to monitor my domain, restoring the message network meant a return of the trade routes, which was important to get the materials needed for my subordinates' upgrades. Ian's agreeable, but only until the death of the Demon King. After that, he may decide to destroy the tower. That's acceptable to us. Can Ian shield it from the demon's attacks? He will try. Good enough. Where should we put it? In the town square. The telco tower was deployed. It was a white crystalline tower about 4 stories high and shone like with a faint white glow that was unmistakable, visible even in my own spirit vision. And it was then it occurred to me. Did the demons have some kind of spirit vision, but tuned to heroes instead? Perhaps it was like how vision was different for animals and humans because of the spectrum we saw. The heroes sent a message to Astra as a test, and they left 2 days later. Year 83 month 12D. Despite the raging winter, the heroes still pressed on. Together with their summoned armies, they mounted an attack on the super cannon, and the super cannon annihilated their summoned armies easily. They were then forced to retreat. At this point, I was tempted to ask how they think it'd go. It was winter, where strangely demons suffered none of the challenges of winter, and yet the mortal defenders of the world suffered all of it. Cold, slower response times and their summoned units were immune to cold, but seriously, did they think that cannon that shot across the continent couldn't aim at their armies? That was stupid. The 3 looked at each other. I know, but you said we should. I blame all the people we've been meeting, telling us we should kill the demon beast as soon as possible. Why'd we do it? Because we all somehow agreed to. The advantages of a summoned army were that once your mana returned, you could just summon more. And that was what they did to hold the chasing demons back. There were plenty. Demonic generals or elites wielded massive axes. It was the best opponent because they could gain levels from them. If I were the Demon King, what would I have done? In a way, should I ignore the heroes and just keep attacking all the kingdoms with conventional demonoids, such that the heroes gradually lost the ability to find any kind of shelter, food source, learning or support and healing? Or was it better to concentrate all my energies and create super demons, and just attack once when the heroes were low-leveled and kill them all? One super demon, and that was it. No subordinates or walkers, since they gain levels by killing them. Why give them the chance to gain levels? Year 83 month 12 continued. While the heroes decided to rethink their strategy here in New Freaka, we had to fend off the little swarms of demons sent to surround the heroes. And I spent quite a bit of time tinkering with the heroes' tower. As I kept poking and trying to figure out what it was, I got a good update. Biolab, Material Lab, and Magic Lab upgraded. Field equipment obtained. You are now able to perform investigations of objects using field equipment. Full analysis requires more comprehensive equipment. There was a layer of somewhat divine magic protecting it, So I reckoned it'd take more than one hit of the demon's super cannon to be destroyed. Certainly not as fragile as they said it was. Or maybe it was just fragile to certain kinds of demonic energies or hero's star mana. That same divine magic also shielded it from me attempting to make changes or convert or claim the tower. Yet it was a change barrier. That meant I could look into it but not change a thing. And look, I did. There was a lot to see about how it wove magic and mana into a structure like that, how it drew mana from the ambient surrounding and the connection, however wireless it was, to its creator. Unlike my subsidiary trees, which form a linked network all connected by roots, these towers were independent, freestanding structures yet had a connection. And it was more complex than just some kind of Wi-Fi. It was almost like they were entangled in some surreal way, as if it was resonating with something else far away, and yet it emitted or absorbed nothing through the air. Stumped, I observed and looked for days. It was as if I'd invented a bow and right here was an interstellar rail gun. How did I even replicate such a thing? How did the heroes even come up with such a thing? It certainly felt like impossible that young kids would know how these things were. So, were the gods creating such objects and skills and implementing or executing them via the heroes? Or was this a system thing, where there was like a drawer or library of hero-grade skills that they got access to? Stumped again, I looked at other parts of the tower, my vines growing around the base. I attempted to use my vines and what powers I had and even my long-forgotten inspection ability. Perhaps the resonance was how it communicated with other towers, but the means which it acted as a conduit or router for messages was something less sophisticated. Or not. At this point, could I just build a massive X-ray or MRI scanner around the tower so I could see what was inside? Mom, Uncle Jura. I've got to go. Tree says no. I know he said that, but I want to go. I believe it's good for my own growth to see how I fare. I want to know where I am. You know where you are, you're here. Lawfen was furious and worried. Your place is here. I know my place is here, but I want to measure my strength. I won't die. Trust me, Mom. Well, the heroes, utilizing the now restored message network, requested for help. And they asked for Lausanne to help with the attack on the demon super cannon. Not just her, of course, a lot more than her. You're not a hero, Lausanne. Lawfen held her daughter. Don't do this. But Lausanne sulked. I want to go, Mom, please. No, I'm 14 and almost level 60. I can help. Men higher level than you have tried fighting demon champions and died. They don't have Tree's powers or Thorny. She pointed to the wooden staff on her belt. We can do it. Lawfen sighed. Tree, can you talk some sense into my daughter? In my mind, should I let Lausanne go? Though I spent a lot of effort in grooming and training Lausanne, ultimately, should she be able to decide how she wants to wield that power? Lausanne's turn to retaliate. Maybe she was 14 and having a teenage rebellious age. Oh, I sounded like my mom. My mom used to tell me I was rebellious. I thought what Lawfen was afraid of was death. With a few well-placed giant attendant trees, I thought I could ensure Lausanne's survival. So if I could do so, would it be a good idea for her to join the battle? Maybe. Maybe it was a good lesson in the brutality and the high levels that the heroes walked. A dose of reality. And I could use the chance to attack the demon super cannon with some of the roots, masked as coming from her. I should let her earn her right to participate rather than just say yes. Lausanne, there are a lot of demons coming from that direction. Among them there are probably a few demon generals. If you take down 3, I think you can take part. And I want you to restrict your familiar use to only 2 abilities. Lawfen sighed. Tree, what? It's training. If she can take on a few more demon generals, then she earned her right to participate. If she can't handle the generals, she shouldn't bother trying. Yes, so I'll go hunt some demons. Lawfen shook her head. I wasn't expecting that. Jura shrugged. I like that though. Want me to go with her? she can go with the initiates. Someone's gonna have to babysit the rest of the initiates. Well, eventually, Ivan wanted to go. The mission was simple. Between us and the demon supercannon, there were about 10 to 15 groups of demons, led by the knights and generals. With an attendant tree in place, a beetle force would engage the demons, and Lausanne could then challenge the knights and generals. Ivan and a group of other captains would help out. She went all out. I guessed a part of her wanted to know that the gap between herself and the heroes wasn't that big. A path that was honestly going to fail. Even Jura couldn't keep up with the heroes, though he could probably give them a bit of trouble. Still, it was winter, and it was hard to get the beetles to operate effectively far from the attendant trees, even with the winter adaptations, and the giant trees warming the environment with the heat transmission routes. So, Lausanne complained and grumbled, but there wasn't much she could do. She couldn't take on an entire army herself, nor did she have a summoned army at her beck and call. Year 84 month 1T, he presence of royalty, many living in the homes of the wealthy merchants here, made the political environment a little bit touchy. Mainly because the councillors each sought out the royals for some shoulder rubbing, or as the euphemism went, building relationships. It was a sensible thing from their perspective, since royals by nature had strong skills. A prince or a princess could bestow royal privileges, blessings, and rights, improve or upgrade classes, and even create gifts, using their powers as royals. There were also certain unique classes that only royals with the right skills could grant. Like one prince I observed had the ability to create a custom diplomatic gift out of midair, which was given to the princess of another country. And it was a permanent item, too. It was like the prince skipped the entire creation process, activated skill, and the system gave him an item. It was not totally strange, of course. Apparently some merchants and bankers could create small quantities of gold, and some smiths and makers could create materials too. In a way, it was like how I created timber and fruits. It was different derivations of the same kind of monosystem to item process. If I could create wooden items, why couldn't princes? Maybe heroes could make hero items too. So, with the counselors spending a bit more time trying to manage or please these visiting royals, that meant conflict, even between counselors as they served different groups. Some of them were rather silly, like competition of the best seats or rooms in New Frika's restaurants, or who managed to book out the entire bar or tavern for their respective entourage. It was like billionaires trying to one-up one another in a ski town. Silly, so I didn't interfere with this. The more annoying ones were the horny ones or those with a fetish. There was an old duke or something who seemed to enjoy picking on young elven ladies, so I sent a group of beetles into his temporary residence. It scared him, but the counselor who was supposedly his buddy quickly came and complained to Jura, and I sent beetles and spiders into his house too. After that incident, I decided it was probably best to amplify my show of force to remind these royals that they were visitors. So we had more beetles around New Frika. The locals were clearly not too bothered by the presence, but for the foreigners it was a threat. I intended it to be a threat. The counselors bore the brunt of the complaints. What were all these monsters roaming around your town? They are Ian's servants and they execute his will. Please don't say too much. Ian listens. The counselors quickly tried to manage some of the more belligerent royals or nobles. So what if he listens? It turned out, among the royals, many truly believed that I was actually just a puppet, a beast used by the council, controlled by some great item or equipment. The idea of an existence above the royal class was alien to them, except heroes who were divine, those the only ones royals viewed as equals. Generally, of course. And I supposed in the history of this world, existences like mine were not common, or perhaps even if they did exist, they may not have the same mindset as I did. Perhaps they were slumbering giants, a sleeping mountain, or they were giant tortoises, the Zaratans. Although they carried massive cities on their backs, the Zaratans were treated just like the captains of a cruise ship. The rulers of the city still ruled, and their rule was supreme. So, feeling a bit annoyed at all the murmurs and chattering, one massive projectile from the demon supercannon came, and this time, I intentionally blocked it just enough that it smacked right into the telco tower. The telco tower was fine, of course. I calculated it just enough that it wouldn't be destroyed. But I wanted to borrow the attack to weaken the divine protections, so I could look a bit more into it, and at the same time scare the counselors and royals. The earth shook, and I had a wooden barrier created around it such that the blast radius was limited to the town square. Beetles, my vines, and roots had cleared the square of all citizens. Jura was quick to figure out what I was doing. Treachery, that was intentional. Yes. Jura laughed and then went out to make an announcement to the council. Ian would like to remind that he finds the conduct of the visitors appalling, and he is tempted to not stop the next projectile from the demons. He would like to recommend the visitors are brought to the blast site for a tour. The counselors roared in protest. Is he threatening us? Jura just smiled. Yes, he is. What were you going to do about it? One counselor sat. Oh, nothing. I thought it was just a people thing that after living in comfort for a while, they forgot that there was still a war and demons shooting bullets everywhere. Especially for some of these nobles who didn't seem like they'd ever seen war, even though it was just so common. Or maybe they were just desensitized to war and death since it was so common. Since war and death was bound to happen, might as well have my share of fun, go on a power trip and all since we were all going to die. I felt like I suddenly understood some of these royals. Sure, yes, we were going to die. We knew that. So why couldn't I do things my way? If the meaning of life was me just hiding away like this, why bother? Were these royals nihilists? Or was it some other word? Lausanne spent time trying to hunt for more demon generals. The winter was gradually clearing, and at certain parts of the region where it was warmer, she finally took down one demon general herself. Still, the goal was 3, so she had to hunt for 2 more. And later in the month, she took down another one, bringing her total kills to 2. Meanwhile, the heroes were out gathering a strike force again. Similar to what that other kingdom did, the strike force was meant to be an elite force, to help punch a path through to the demon supercannon so that they could attack it directly. As it was, they could already punch a way through, but between the summoned army and their op skills used to get through the chaff, they didn't have much star mana left to actually take on the main body of the demon supercannon. I heard that you might be king. Where'd you hear that? Roma asked. He was a quiet, studious young boy. Despite Ivan's attempts to train him in fighting, his interests were more into magic and reading. Although he was healthy and fit, physical combat wasn't his thing. He didn't inherit Ivan or Prince Galen's talent in fighting. The others were talking. I even heard one of the actual princes say it when one of their servants came to buy some bread, the black-haired baker boy said. He had a small knife at the side. Roma sighed. Mom told me about it, but I can't accept it yet. Some of her friends asked whether I want to travel to Ransala. What do you think? Should I be king? I think you'd make a good king, the baker boy said. Then I can be your king's guard. You can't even fight, Roma laughed. Well, you've never ruled, the baker boy ribbed Roma. Besides, all I need is your mom to teach me some tricks. I heard she's really good. We might die. Or you'll just be working as one of the employees of the Valtrian Order, and I'll just be an ordinary baker. Why live if not for honor and glory? You've been reading too much of your uncle's writings. You've been reading too much. Sala was now ruled by a regent. One surviving archduke took the position of regent to govern the state of Sala. Apparently, it was quite normal for the succession wars to only commence after the demon king was slain. And if a king fell without an appointed successor, a proper contest for the right of the throne would start when the demon king was slain, something the regent would announce. After all, it was hard to properly choose a king in a time of chaos. At least, that was the principle of such a rule. I supposed kings did die quite often when the demon king was around, so there was already a cultural norm for it. In theory, that meant Roma had time to prepare. That also meant everyone else had time to prepare. In practice, whoever the ruling regent preferred had tremendous advantages, since this was the time where all the things and pieces could be put in place. Still, the regents would obey the norm because to some extent, obeying the norms was what allowed the heir to convert their class to king. Weird system rules like that, or so it was believed. Or maybe nobody tested whether that norm was actually a requirement of the title king, or whether it was just a product of whether the citizens of the kingdom acknowledged the heir as the true king. Things I learned from eavesdropping on Yvonne's conversations with her advisors. Year 84 month 2 El Asen finally killed 2 more demon generals, so her total kills was 4, and she gained some levels while she was at it. Can I go now, please? Laufen was similarly reluctant, but then privately, I told Laufen I'd look after her. With my assurance, Laufen agreed. If it went well, I'd even get some experience out of playing a small part, and I was getting quite annoyed with all the shots fired at me. I wondered whether I could do like some kind of kung fu stunt where an attack was deflected back at the demon. Like how so many manga main characters were able to do to show off their insane overpoweredness. In honesty, the heroes were just about ready with their force too, and they were already prepared to strike the demon supercannon, with or without Lausanne. So Lausanne's arrival at the battlefield was just on time. Just to be sure, I placed a few giant attendant trees in the vicinity as a retreat point for Lausanne. The battle against the supercannon went well, all things considered. The heroes successfully destroyed the supercannon with their star mana abilities, but the cost was a whole load of deaths, mainly from the adventurers and military leaders that decided to take part in the attack. Lausanne returned from the battle bloody, and there was a look of despair on her face. I was there, and perhaps there was something about watching the demon supercannon's explosions incinerate people up close that just felt brutal. It wasn't the first time she'd seen death. She had seen death when she fought the demon walker. It was, as expected, the despair of realizing how high the mountain was. Laufen, of course, gave her daughter a hug. It's okay. You're blessed by Tree, he's just one tree spirit, but the heroes, they were blessed by all the gods. Lausanne, of course, instantly perked up. Mom. You're a genius. Huh. Ian's blessings alone are not enough for me to be a hero. What do you mean? I will visit other spirits like Tree and get their blessings. If I can get multiple blessings, I will be as strong as them. Year 84 month 3 With the demonic supercannon down, the royals and nobles quickly made their way home. Truth be told, I thought that was a bit premature. The supercannon was but one of many demon walkers that were on the continent, and the demon king seemed to be summoning more and more of them. There were now supercannons on all continents. The heroes, too, after defeating the supercannon and gaining levels, expanded the network of telecommunication trees. Indeed, all of them acquired level 90 towers. At this point, I honestly didn't see anything other than the Demon King himself making a dent at the hero's progress, so I felt the Demon King's stay in the world would last no longer than 1 year. The restoration of the messaging network also brought a return of intercontinental news and trade, something we sorely needed. The first thing I did, of course, was order all my upgrade materials I needed. Lausanne's living weapon, Thorny, reached level 20 and was level capped until I got the materials needed to upgrade him. Then there was also the issue of Lausanne's new bright idea. She wanted to visit other tree spirits and things like that. Perhaps it was similar to the old elven pilgrims that used to visit the great elf tree guardians. even if just to acknowledge their role in the protection of the elven capital. Traveling in this environment is quite difficult, and we will need you here for defense, Jura explained his views. He was fine with it, but he preferred if Lausanne waited till after the Demon King was slain. Elves lived for many, many years, and Lausanne could always compare herself to future heroes. Lausanne, of course, agreed. She was smart, and she was patient. There was also much about the outside world she didn't know about, so she agreed, on the condition that Jura and everyone else included her on trips to nearby kingdoms if they ever went on those visits. She had to learn how to conduct herself in foreign lands, after all. In principle, I agreed with Lausanne's idea, and I would even like to tag along such that I could also communicate with the other spirits. In short, Lausanne was going to be my envoy to the spirits. I, too, had much to learn about the spirits of this world. My experience had solely been through my own lenses, and what little I learned from the dead. The destruction of the demon supercanon also brought about a period of rejuvenation. Throughout the areas where my subsidiary trees and giant attendant trees were starting to regrow, and that made me happy. It was nice to see little trees starting to pop up next to my bigger trees, or a little field of flowers or grass. I got significant enjoyment from having new grasses or trees join my network of trees. Increasingly, it was the tree part of me that found joy in this. Or perhaps it was just Trevor and the gang's enjoyment. The refugee situation temporarily subsided now that message, and the demon supercanon's death spread. There was something about uncertainty that added to that fear, so with open communications restored, those living in different places no longer lived in darkness. It was just a thing about knowledge that allowed people to make better decisions. All in all, with the royals and nobles making their way out. Year 84 month 4T, heroes were out hunting for the other demon bases. There were many throughout the continent, but at least they knew where to look for them. Benefits of real-time communication. As for me, I turned my focus to further studies of the Telco Tower. I wasn't getting much insight into how it stayed synchronized with the other towers, but with the help of more lab equipment around the tower and attempting to intercept magical messages, over time, I started to figure out what was happening. The Telco Tower had multiple components to it. The other parts were a form of demonic barrier that created a safe zone for messages going to the sender and from the sender. These repelled the effects of the Demon King's global ability. Second was a kind of repeater, where the Telco Tower received a message and sent it to someone else but within the same tower range. For longer range and continental messages that went through the somewhat quantum-entangled communications that existed between the towers. Of all of those, I decided to focus on the aura repelling the Demon King. It was the easiest for me to study, and in many ways similar to my lesser demonic suppression aura. I reckoned the similarities would help me in understanding what exactly was happening, and my suspicions were rewarded because, after some poking and thinking, I had a notification. Demonic ability reduction aura lesser obtained. Yay! Feeling a bit accomplished, I went back to the Hex Wasteland. Apparently, the heroes had been sending a whole load of messages to all the kings and leaders they could contact to stop using the Hex Bomb, because it made their work a lot harder, since it would disrupt their travel paths. I thought heroes would have some resistance, but maybe it was just caution on their part. The Hex had been a significant stumbling block in my research, mainly because the Hex was the byproduct of some kind of magical ritual, and it was like I was trying to guesstimate what exactly happened in the ritual to know what created a nasty side effect like Hex. It was as if someone gave me a piece of plastic, asked me how that plastic was made, and which process gave the plastic the qualities it possessed. So, I did want to observe a blood ritual for myself. If the nuclear fusion theory had any relevance, the blood ritual should be some kind of incomplete process that created this monstrosity. In my mind, I had a clear, obvious reason for researching the hex. I couldn't help but suspect that one day, some country was going to think I was no better than the Demon King and use this same hex bomb against me. This horrid poison that corrupted the land just offended the trees and vegetation in every way possible, even more than the magically tainted poop. So much so that I got feelings of anger through the root knot. If a forest could react in anger to a factory spewing poison into its lands, I guess that was how it felt. Even though it repulsed me, I steeled myself and placed one subsidiary tree right into a pool of hex. It was a risk, but somehow I felt like I had to reach into it. And then I felt my mind assaulted and overwhelmed by strange, twisted emotions and memories. Death, pain, suffering, love, hope. It lasted for a good 2 hours, a short flicker of a moment for me. My various root-brain complexes and the grand mind tree all instantly kicked in and worked hard to allay those invading memories and emotions. It was not all bad, but it was all kinds of emotions, both positive and negative, warped in some way or form or joined together. At the same time, I witnessed my subsidiary tree rot from the root upward, its bark and trunk turning brittle before breaking up by bits and pieces. It took a while, and after that 2 hours and I'd regained emotional control, I soon used the root brains and mind tree to invade into the subsidiary tree. It was too late. The subsidiary tree was dead. It crumbled and turned into dust. Yet it was not all wasted. The hex, as we saw it, shrunk a little bit. Typical of blood rituals. It was essentially an emotion memory conversion into power, and so fixing the hex meant facing those emotions head-on and unwinding them. But that still didn't answer the underlying force. Was it still some kind of soul mechanism, or did emotions and memories have their own power? I suppose the true way to fix the hex was to connect a root to it and run it through the root minds and the grand mind tree. So, did you ask your mom? About what? About teaching me how to fight, Roma frowned. You should stick to baking. Easy for you to say, the black-haired boy responded. I only have my granny to look after me. I only have my mom, and her army of loyalists and servants. The black-haired boy was sharp, and there was indeed an army of loyalists. Even now there were 2 guards tasked to watch after Roma. Roma sighed. Fine, I'll ask her to teach you something. Yay, I can't wait to hit someone with one of the long, hard breads. Roma face-palmed and the black-haired boy laughed. Indeed, Roma later did go see Ivan. Mom, I got a request. It's got nothing to do with books or magic. Ivan probably looked puzzled because it was quite rare for Roma to have requests outside those topics. What? I have a friend. He wants to learn how to fight, so, could you teaching him? Roma asked awkwardly, and Ivan looked at her son. He twiddled his fingers even though he was already in his teens, and Ivan nodded. I won't have much time to teach him, with my duties at the Valthorn kids, but sure. Maybe he can start joining us for a few rounds of basic spars. I have open sessions with the newer initiates. News from the distant continents came in, and the Demon King was on the move. It seemed the heroes were quite successful in defeating the demon walkers and the demon supercannons, if they had an ability similar to Mila and Alexis's star monoform. I reckon that was probably a standard loadout for a hero. The heroes were now trying to gather up somewhere and take down the rest of the demonic walkers. There were many. After all, this Demon King was really fond of walkers, and so far the heroes were successful. So much so that almost every 3 to 4 days we had news that another walker or supercannon had been destroyed. The heroes by now had moved out of my tree's observational range, and so any news about their movement was via message. A part of me thought, well, this was too easy. There must be something. Was this it? Really? Was this the slow end of the Demon King? The Demon King that peaked early and then ended because it tried to attack all the continents at once. I didn't think so. There must a trick. The Demon King had been wandering continent to continent doing something. There must be a trap waiting for the heroes. There was no reason for Demon King to just hang around idle when the heroes were still gaining strength. The heroes must be expecting it too. Things had been going a bit too easy for them now that they'd unlocked star mana. Oh well, let's just watch the show. Where has the Demon King gone? Would anyone have any idea now that the message network is restored? Can we find out about all historical sightings of the Demon King? Jura was getting better at guessing what I was trying to do, and he vaguely sounded like he sensed my concern. I'll send out a request to the merchants and mages guilds. Still, once I acquired the demon ability reduction aura, that had an instant benefit because that aura pushed back against the demon's interference. Doing so expanded the field of the beetle's range. After all, the beetles, being a form of summoned creature, had little resistance against demonic interference. In fact, I wondered whether there was an insect tamer or insect master that would someday come up to me and mind control one of my mindless beetles. Year 84 Month 5T Reiner leveled up quickly and gained some rather cool abilities. Like his level 10 ability literally distorted his training room into a larger one. I wondered what his higher tier abilities would be. A practice dungeon would be quite cool. That'd make him his own little dungeon core, wouldn't it? A dungeon of our own for practice would be fantastic, since the Valthorn kids had expanded, and we were short of nannies to look after them, and it didn't feel quite right to let their older, earlier students to look after them with their limited life experience. Even if the first generation of Valthorns, the first 9, were now all above level 20, Lausanne being the exceptional one crossing level 60, but her leveling was stagnating. She complained about it sometimes, and it was also partly why she wanted to find other ways of growing. Her living weapon was also level capped at level 20, and the cool thing about Thorny was that, well, it literally gave her a barb armor. Still, it was nothing compared to the kind of star mana weapons the hero wielded. Lausanne was super proud of Thorny before this, but after the super cannon battle, she'd been working really hard. Apparently their star mana weapons literally sliced through high-tier demons like a hot knife through butter. Things that she needed a full-powered strike to kill could be easily cut through. I thought it was the level difference. They were, after all, in the level 80s to 90s. Lausanne was just 60, and the gap of 10 levels was extremely big. Like how 30 levels meant I could tank a demon walker a lot more comfortably than before. Maybe if Thorny had the anti-demon abilities like I did, he'd cut through the demons like water too. Anyway, Lausanne's daily affairs consisted of training, helping and guiding all the younger initiates who looked up to her. We'd had to build a dedicated compound for the Valthorns on top of the existing orphanage. With my new giant attendant trees, it really opened up the possibility of subsidiary cities or suburbs. Maybe that was something I should do. With that in mind, I made an announcement to the Valthorns to find places suitable for an extra town. Perhaps somewhere close to a mine where I could do some mining using my deep roots, or somewhere with mana. Or should I just ask them to settle down in the southwest forests with my 3 trees of mana? With the valley itself restricted, the forest now littered with the giant trees, New Freeka's expansion was forced toward the open plains, where all the enemy armies liked to march. New segments of town, new walls were built, as the city expanded to accommodate more and more refugees and new citizens. According to Ivy's census data, she counted about 72,000 people living in New Freeka's borders. Clearly a bit too cramped for some of them. Yet the demons' continued presence meant the lack of space in New Freeka was a small bother. Out in other cities, there were constant issues of food shortages, so much so New Freeka had been sending food aid to the nearby kingdoms. It was a move by the council, of course. Since the council's past efforts of building wineries, underground heated farms, underground silos, and our most recent underground self-sufficient hideouts meant a surplus of food even for the large number. The council liked allies, and well, I didn't blame them. I wanted my own allies too. I needed to visit the giant lillipod. So I undid all the trees that I no longer needed and continued my long chain of trees toward it. I stopped previously when the heroes started their attack on the wounded demon walker. It would take me a month or two to get there. But if Lausanne wanted to talk to another tree spirit, maybe I should do the introductions. This was some time ago. Side story around year 83, month 8H Eris, Becky, and Myri weren't having a good time. If anything, the past few months had been absolutely terrible. With demons crawling all over the continent, there was no journey that was ever safe. Almost every night when they camped outside, they would be attacked. At first it was stressful, but now all three of them were now around level 60. Thankfully, Becky's class as a summoner meant she had a magical guard that kept watch while all of them rested and slept. I wish we had nice beds. Myri's number one complaint, almost every other night, was the lack of comfortable beds. Coming from another world, the significant decline in mattress quality was really getting to her. It's absurd that the people in this world accept this bullshit. They sat around a makeshift campfire. A lightning elemental was helping to barbecue the roasted meat. Let it go. At least we're not hungry. Harris nodded. They didn't like being hungry. They were hungry on some days when they went through areas that were so devastated there was absolutely nothing to harvest or hunt. Anyway, it should be any time now. The two girls came and sat on the logs next to him. They were friends, after all. And the magical orb appeared again. Hero chat. Hey guys, everyone okay? Astra asked from the other side of the screen. They could hold the chat for about 1 hour, so that meant they could really catch up. Oh hey Harris, were you guys going to challenge the demon walker? Harris nodded. We're supposed to rendezvous with an army from Sala. Apparently, it was part of the coalition army from this continent. But my scouts tell me things aren't great. The terrain around the demon walker has been absolutely wrecked by all the blood rituals that were used against it, so approaching it isn't that straightforward. Harris's summoned force was essentially an elite army in itself. Another voice came out. Harris identified her as Helen, and she was in the north. Yeah, we're trying to convince the locals to stop using the blood magic, because it is making our attempts to approach the demons a lot harder. A few routes have been made unusable because of the blood magic, used to bombard it, but it is quite hard to get that message across because the guys that fire the damned blood magic are not here anymore. It doesn't help that the kings use some kind of charisma or charm skill to convince all these guys to sacrifice themselves, and these guys have far too large an ego to accept that their decisions were wrong. Myri looked and pointed. She noticed Helen's background wasn't outdoors. Are you guys in an inn? Helen laughed at the question. Hell yeah, check out my lovely bed. I can't freaking stand camping outside. Thankfully, we found a small town with an inn that's still standing. You cannot believe how few and rare independent inns are in this world, since all these travelers' inns are absolutely defenseless. It was laughter all the heroes shared, but all of them felt bittersweet. The pain of lacking proper rest and sleep was apparent to all 12 of them, even if the magic and drive from the gods' blessing did constantly spur them on. All right. We've got 50 minutes left. Let's start the recap. I've recently hit level 62 and I've unlocked an avatar, Astra said. It lets me create 3 copies of myself that I can send elsewhere to do things, and it can cast all the spells I can, except those using star mana. We're all multi-unit heroes, aren't we? Everyone had a summon or companion force of some kind. Harris had scouts and living armors. Becky, as a pure summoner, had the most expansive force. She could single-handedly summon 1,500 magical soldiers to battle if she expended all her star mana. Fitting, since we are facing a war. Anyone else not level 60 yet? Any interesting skills? Any new demon units we should be afraid of? I fought the demon general you mentioned. Not as hard as I was made to believe. The locals generally exaggerate their strength. I reckon it's a level 50 threat. Harris frowned. They hadn't been having easy fights. Were they doing something wrong? Only one. They fought a battle with 6 demon generals. Yup. Anyone have any clue where the Demon King is? Quite sure it's in the southern continent, Astra responded. But I think it hasn't moved at all since it came to this world. I think it's churning out walkers. Oh. Does that mean all of us need to head to the south? Eventually, yes. Once we can get past the walkers on our continent, but who knows? Maybe the Demon King will move. I heard them say the Demon King moved from place to place for previous generations. That's a future thing, let's focus. So, on the walkers, everyone looked worried. At that point they had not fought anything that powerful. Any tips for facing the walker? Harris asked. Anyone fought one since last week? There was one near you, Astra. We're hoping you'd set the example, Harris. We do have plenty of walkers down here in the south, but somehow they travel in pairs, so we have not yet attempted to fight them. You're facing one along, and that's probably the easiest fight available. Hey, Myri called out. Why do we have to be first? Awkward silence. Harris frowned. Becky sighed. All of them received overpowered abilities and blessings from the gods, and here they were, arguing who should face the demon walkers first. Never mind, never mind. Time to share some knowledge. Astra needed to save time. Did you know some kings have a protective presence ability that allows the use of message spells in their domain? One of the other heroes on the eastern continent spoke. But it only works for messages within the domain. I think there should be other kings or leaders with similar powers. Oh, Harris wasn't that interested, but he wondered whether that was how Ian looked after his own domain, but that didn't seem to be the case. Astra, what's the range of your avatars? Becky's squadrons can't stray more than 10 miles from her. What's yours? I haven't tested. Astra flushed and he wrote it down somewhere. I'll get to it. My Birdman Raiders have a range of about twice that. Another one spoke, Simone. I suppose the range depends on the unit type. Makes sense. Should test it, Harris said. We should be careful. The Demon King knows where we are. How does your source know that? I'm starting to suspect that source of yours is a former hero. She's not human, she can't be. Is that a rule? We're all human, right? And the previous generation was all human too. It should be a rule. Why else did the gods pick us? I still don't think it's a rule. I need to check the records, one voice spoke. The locals say there were non-human heroes. Long time ago. Astra cut the discussion off. All right, we need to save time. Have you guys thought about the walkers? What's your strategy? Destroy the aura spires, chop the head off, and aim for the humanoid core. Beware of energy blasts and beams from spires and heads. How do you know that? Previous records. Apparently the city we started in defeated a walker before. What? You guys totally lucked out with your start point. We're clueless about demon walkers. Let us know after you fought it, okay? Astra asked. Becky and Myri looked at each other. There was a subtle bitterness in that statement, and they all felt it. They didn't feel like they had a good time fighting through demons. The hero call ended shortly after. You know, this hero thing isn't as nice as the gods put it. Becky sighed and ate some of the barbecued meat from the lightning elemental. It wasn't that great. The lightning elemental had no taste buds and no sense of smell to estimate how cooked the meat was. Harris, too, chewed on a rather burned meat and said rather bluntly, the gods screwed up and we, the Earthers, are the emergency response team. I expected to be a princess. Instead, I'm a demon hunter. Not the fairy tale I was hoping for, Becky ranted. But someone's got to do it, and it sure looks like we are the only ones anywhere equipped to deal with it. I was told the food was exotic, Myri sighed. But exotic also meant weird and often untasty. All of them collectively sighed. A part of them was tempted by the rewards. They felt like hamsters chasing after dangled food. So should we still attempt to fight the walker? That question made all of them pause. They reflected on the damage demons had caused the lands they had seen. We have to, Myri said, her mind filled with the scenes she witnessed. All the deaths and destruction, the crying and weeping. We should. Harris shook his head. Lady Mika said it in very clear terms that we can die. We are sure about this. Yes, Harris nodded. He felt it too, like a calling to fight the demon walker. It was almost as if he was being summoned to it. An army came, 10,000 strong. Not much, but it was all the coalition could spare, with multiple other battles happening throughout the continent. A group of 30 rode forth to meet with the three of them. The heroes, an older-looking man asked. Harris nodded. Yes, WWE were the reincarnated ones. He wasn't sure whether he deserved the hero title just yet. Great. The older man dismounted and walked toward them. He offered a handshake and Harris took it. I'm Commander Akbar, and I'm here on behalf of the coalition force. It's a small army, but even this took a whole load of persuasion. Akbar shook both Becky and Myri's hands. I was told the three of you planned to attack the walker and relieve the pressure on Gila. Indeed, but we're not sure how. Our intel said the demon walkers have projectile attacks from its main head and lesser beam weapons from some of the spires. The army will split into smaller forces and attack the demon walker from all sides. This way the head can only aim at one group at a time. An elite force will stay with you and cut a path for you to get close. Can you disable the head? Once you do, we can start channeling the longer time spells like our siege fireballs, since our mages were relieved from shielding duties. Harris nodded. He had a massive shield ability. It should do. Sounds like a lot of people were going to die. Or do you want to tunnel? Akbar asked. Harris paused. What? Akbar brought a group of 30 humans. They looked very much like miners with large pickaxes and shovels. Oh, they suddenly got it. Akbar's battle at New Freaka really seared into his mind, and he thought of emulating the tunnels used by the giant beetles. This, all three heroes nodded. It was far less risky since it was not an open confrontation, but that was hinged on the demon walker being unable to detect their presence. It's worth a try, don't you think? Harris, Myri, and Becky nodded. Year 84 Month 6 M. Astor, right now on your dashboard there is the following outstanding items. 1. Extend to Giant Lillipod City. 2. Find a new location to set up a second town. 3. Find more magical leylands for more Soul Forge upgrades. 4. Acquire research and upgrade materials for us. 5. Demonic research and Telco Tower further research. 6. Blood ritual observation and related hex research. 7. Prepare for Demon King surprises. 8. Work on Jura's soul vitality and level cap. 9. Research potential anti-demonic objects to create super anti-demonic weapons. 10. Upgrading the feces and refuse processing and absorption. 11. Trevor went on. But I had gotten it. I had a lot on my big wooden plate, and well, I tended to forget things a lot, even though trees were supposed to remember things because of how they were burned into our tree rings. So let's go back to the list. I was working on the extension to the giant Lillipod City, and I should be there in 1 month. After that, I was hoping to establish some means of contact if we were able to telepathically connect. If not, I might try to connect my roots directly. Would that be too risky? What if it was more powerful than me and the energy in it was Root's attempt to take over me instead? A direct root connection was, after all, a two-way exchange of information, magic, and nutrients. It was almost as if two trees were married. Thinking about it, I decided I probably should not connect my roots directly. But then again, my roots were everywhere. Even tree folks had been somewhat connected to me, their roots frequently touching and making contact. It was only thanks to my rootnet that so far I'd not been massively disturbed. Perhaps a fellow tree spirit of that level could overpower and brute force through my rootnet's defenses. And what did I even say to a fellow tree spirit? Like, hi, Feeling a little bit concerned about my competence at communicating, I asked Jura, "Jura, do we have historical records of past encounters with great spirits? Can I have their stories?" "Oh, we'll need to ask the various guilds, but sure." Jura nodded. "Something happening. Last month was about Demon King's movement and this month ancient spirits. I just have some thoughts." Jura nodded. "It's costing us a bit of money to do these sorts of searches since there is no central library where all these things are stored. And that was a problem, wasn't it? Wikipedia was awesome. This world needed a Wikipedia. Maybe I could set up a large network of trees that functioned as terminals for people to upload information. I'd call them treeminals." "Wait. Sounded too much like criminals. In tree face." "No, sounded too much like in tree's face. Or maybe Wikitree, TreeWiki, EEC, never mind, I was getting distracted. I needed a 101 on how to communicate with other spirits." Second was the location expansion. Some of them didn't get the idea of why I wanted to search for potentially habitable locations, but it was quite obvious to the clever ones. "Ian's looking to germinate. Will there be a second Ian? Can tree spirits multiply? Is Ian making a special tree?" "Okay. I thought they misunderstood. I had giant trees. Why didn't they ask whether those were my babies? I even had subsidiary trees, or did they think those were just normal trees? Or was it the way I asked?" There were actually a few places, a bit further, that was in sort of no man's land thanks to the fall of some cities to the demons. After all, if demons happen every 10 years, your continent wasn't going to be densely populated all the time. There was going to be large patches where the fires had burned for so long, for so much, that 10 years wouldn't reverse that kind of damage. It'd take a lot longer than that. Far north, there was another valley where there was a river running through it, and some meadows in the gentle, rolling hills. A rather pleasant valley, but uninhabited. There were also a few others, but I liked this valley the most, so I decided to also stretch a few trees there and then placed one giant attendant tree in it. Over time, I would like this to be like the Valthorns' actual academy, the root camp, where young Valthorns learned their roots. These giant attendant trees were wonderful in their own way. Their large number of customizable rooms meant one giant tree could house easily 100 people, and another giant tree could be converted into barracks and all the other things the Valthorns needed. I recalled having trading cards where massive trees were the superstructures and skyscrapers of the world, and these giant trees were my closest attempt at them. Perhaps one day these giant trees could even be ancients, like in Warcraft, and fight wars on my behalf. Maybe I should get some treefolks into the Valthorns, too. Speaking of treefolks, my research into their fallen was quite insightful. They were built just like any normal flexible limb, just that their texture was woody and their organs were distributed. They did have organs, and their means of absorbing nutrients via their rooted form was a very fancy thing. But the younger treefolks, those who benefited from my special saps and milk, were growing up, and now we were able to get a clearer comparison of those who went for the longer pregnancy versus those who went for the shorter external gestation period. The saps closed the gaps by close to 50 to 60%, so the saps significantly improved the treefolk's reproduction, because now the drawbacks of the high-volume external gestation was reduced. Of course, the whole point of looking into them was to find out how to develop flexible wooden parts. Yet I believed Mila's tree form was a lot more interesting, in that Mila's tree form resembled a quasi-liquid thing with a wooden layer, whereas the treefolks had more distinct muscles. What I'd like to do was incorporate these muscles and stuff into the giant trees and essentially build my own tree. With an artificial soul in it, I could probably get a super tank. Which reminded me, what happened if I fused an artificial soul with a giant tree? Did they become mini versions of me? Anyway, back to the list. The ley lines. Well, I thought the nearest one to me was where the demon supercannon was, but the heroes had already placed a telco tower there after they defeated the demon. Maybe the giant Lillipod's spirit would know more. Research and upgrades were on the way. The merchants needed some time before things got back to business as usual. The presences of demons and demon kings were still quite disruptive, and the long period of when businesses essentially were dead meant a lot of merchants ran into financial problems. The realities of business. I supposed it was harder to be a billionaire in a world where the demon king might just wipe you out every 10 years. Businesses needed long periods of growth, stability. Unless one was a war merchant. There should be bankers or war merchants, right? I didn't believe a world like this didn't have its Rothschild equivalent. Are there merchants who fund wars? Jura scratched his chin. Yeah, but usually they are nobility as well. Yup, this world was fucked. Year 84 month 7 pleased to meet you, Lady Lausanne, the chosen of Ian. The baker boy bowed. He wasn't good at it. Lausanne didn't react. She merely got into position and lifted her sparring short spear. Thorny was on her back. She was getting taller. Come. They were sparring. The baker boy nodded and attacked with a wooden sword. He swung with all his might, but then somehow his leg got tangled with Lausanne's spear and he fell flat into the soft wooden floor. Lausanne shrugged. Again, the baker boy got up and nodded. Yes, and he was easily defeated, multiple times. All right, time's up, Lausanne said, and then walked away to spar with the next person. There were many more to train. Then Jura walked in. Everyone, we've got new instructions from Ian. We're forming a squad. Lausanne, pick 50. We're going on a trip. Everyone pack up enough supplies for 2 weeks. Where were we going? Ian's instructions were to head to a giant tree grove located at one of the northwestern valleys. There is accommodation, but we will camp out there. I'll give you further details later. Ian did tell me a bit. In public, both Jura and Lausanne referred to me as Ian because, well, it was just my public and divine name. All of them were given about 2 hours to pack for 2 weeks, and off they went. As Valthorns, they were all expected to be deployed as soon as they could. The Valthorn quarters were now vacant, and the baker boy was left with the rest who weren't selected. A young girl about the baker boy's age came up. Hi, I saw you just now. Let's practice. The baker boy nodded. Okay. He wasn't that good, but he was improving. Roma walked in a bit later with Ivan. Oh, where'd everyone go? Ivan asked, and one of the older caretakers explained Jura's instructions. Oh, Mom, this was the friend I'm talking about. Nero, meet my mom. Mom, meet Nero. Hello, Nero. Ivan smiled at the baker boy. He was slightly taller than Roma. Finally, I get to meet the boy that's been making my son gain all that weight. I'm kidding. All right. Come, let's practice. Let's see whether you can learn some combat skills. It was quite therapeutic to use my bloom and create new patches of trees. Vast barren, destroyed lands with a bit of tender loving care from me and my artificial minds transformed into scenic watering holes and oases. As my network of trees stretched further, I was now exposed to slightly different climates as well. Further to the south, the air was hotter, drier, and so my trees had to adapt. They shared a portion of my environmental adaptations, so they wouldn't die, just not functioning at 100%. It was interesting to see the subtle changes in vegetation further south, and I wondered whether there had been any proper studies into the effects of magic and the multiple moons on this world's plants. Warmer, warmer. Another tree, and every other day I crossed a chain of hills on the way to meet another spirit. But it seemed that we met a lot earlier. A visitor from afar, yet so familiar. There were voices. Not one, but many. It was as if it was a choir in the background, with one person occasionally taking the lead. The sudden presence of that voice jolted me from my usual days. I felt like I was in a trance when I was expanding my presence and network, so that voice really knocked me out. He brings the greening of the lands and yet also its destruction. Wait, I was about 2 to 3 days away from giant lillipod. Was this the voice of the giant lillipod? Who was I talking to? One of us, one of many. Was that the giant lillipod? I attempted to respond. Hello, the words of mortals, and he speaks like one. I paused. Maybe I should speak the same way. I come in peace. Peace is but one of many states, but it is welcome. What? I am Ian, a tree spirit. I greet thee. I tried to respond, but it was hard to even speak the way they did. They clearly understood the language differently. I hoped, if anything, that I did not offend them. A greeting like a mortal, strange, but we accept. Greetings, Ian. I didn't know what to say. Was this how the others were when they spoke to me? We are the lilies of the lake. We are one and we are many. So, the giant lillipod city was a hive mind. I kept on my journey. I wanted to physically see their body, what they were like, what they looked like. Come, the world is for all of us. It seemed the lilies had a larger telepathic communication range than I did, since it picked up my presence long before I did. Was it because it was a hive mind? Tell us of the world outside the lake. It talked while I kept up my network of trees. It is big and there are monsters everywhere. Beasts roam wherever we go. And there are demons. Well, I thought of testing its knowledge of demons. I heard a long droning sound in my head, and I had to forcefully cut it off using my grand mind tree. It went on for quite a while, and it lingered. Heroes have appeared to fight them. The droning continued and then faded. I wondered what was on such a hive mind's mind, and clearly I failed to understand it. Perhaps it is like us, Master, only that they all get to speak. A medicine that may kill, a choice of desperation. I was starting to suspect I'd struggle to get along with this fellow tree spirit, or tree spirits. How should I refer to you? We are lilies. We are many. That's hello, lilies. Hello, Eon. It sounded like those two words really took a lot out of them. Perhaps they were not used to this sort of interaction. And silence. I was quite comfortable with the silence, and clearly so was Lily's. It seemed both of us being plants, silence didn't make us uncomfortable. In fact, it was quite relaxing. You sought us out, why? My disciple needs your blessing. I wasn't sure how to refer to Lausanne. Was she my minion, or was she a disciple, or was she a personal representative? What would she call herself in reference to me? Was she a subordinate then? Or just an employee? A blessing from us? Yes, strange. Was it strange? Why? Did people not get blessings from their tree spirits? Bless? Why? What? Trees didn't give blessings. Seemed the mortal minds have tainted the thoughts. I was starting to think I made a wrong decision of talking to this tree spirit, or even attempting to get close. Its lake was still far away, and yet it already knew I was here. It must have something similar to subsidiary trees. Nature's cycles of life come and go. Individuals are but specks, motes on a sunbeam, so long as the whole continues to grow. Like leaves, shed them when they are no longer needed. Focus on the whole, the ecosystem. To focus on individuals, a single tree is but a mortal's way. Then grant you're familiar to this one as part of a whole. He who wishes to taste the highest fruits must make the climb. The gates are open. It took another few more days, and I eventually reached the edge of the lake. And I had to see it for myself, so I used one of my few physical eyes. The lake was vast, and it stretched really far. And the giant lillipod was essentially a city around a massive moat, the lake itself. There was a bridge that connected the shore to the main city, but the city was actually all built on massive multiple building-sized giant water lily leaves. The largest of those leaves were larger than city blocks, and there were smaller but still giant lily pads that acted as a land bridge. And visually, the lily pads closer to shore were more thorny, as if they were ready to spring a trap at any time. Welcome, Ian from afar. This is Lake Lillipod, and the mortal city of giant lillipod stands on my 26,485 lily pads, home to 615,000. Each lily pad acted as its own district, and together they formed the city. There were 3 land bridges formed by the lily pads, and it was clearly fortified. The humans that lived here also built massive forts around the entrances of all 3 bridges. At 26,000 lily pads, I was inclined to think that it was probably its version of the subsidiary tree. What do you do when the demons come for you? Like fire, a cycle of destruction and rebirth. Let it be. Heh. Well, from what I could see, it looked like this spirit was more than happy to let the lily pads burn. How many years have you been here? It didn't answer me. Maybe it was sensitive. We didn't speak for days as I went about my other tasks. Mattias and a few others were gathered, and Lausanne was there too, since I thought it'd be relevant to her. The history of the giant lillipod city in its initial stages was lacking, but it was said that the city and the lake were greatly intertwined. The lilies that blossomed in the lake had been attacked by demons many times, and often the lilies would be destroyed. Some of the lilies, those further inland, were about to close and submerge to hide away from the demons. This was, of course, aided by the fact that the demons couldn't seem to walk in water, and the waters of the lake were filled with monstrous vines and floating things. There were also giant fish and other lake monsters living in there that would attack any demon that went into the water. So essentially, they hid, and the massive lake acted as a giant moat because these stupid demons were not well adapted to underwater combat. The massive lilies were also extremely resilient, so they could take multiple hits and bombardments. They had to be because the city was built on it. Even if the lilies were destroyed, because the core body of the lily was underwater and probably a large network of tubers and roots that wasn't exactly destroyed, it could just regenerate after every destruction. It was literally a waterweed that waited for the demonic disaster to go away. Of course, I wondered what level it was. No one knew, and apparently no one knew whether the lilies could communicate. The druids had apparently attempted to communicate, but they couldn't even reach it, other than sensing that it briefly existed. So hiding its main body was a smart thing. Maybe I should do that too. Of course, this also exposed one of the druids' lies. They couldn't communicate with other tree spirits and yet promised such a thing to me. Or was it just lilies that was being unnaturally shy? Or maybe it did communicate, but it just did so very, very selectively. After that conversation about the history of that city, Lausanne came and asked me about it. Tree, do you think I should go to giant lillipod city? Nobody has even found how to communicate with the spirit yet. Probably not. Let's see whether there were other spirits we can communicate with. The next one would be the elven capital's tree spirit. I thought that one was probably younger than the lilies, but it also had a few hundred years of history to it. But you won't mind waiting, right? Lausanne nodded. It's fine. I want to learn more about traveling before making the journey. I feel like all my life I've been here. Mom says I need more, a life experience. I'm too young in her eyes. Moms will always view you as their children. It is just the way they are. Talk to her and convince her otherwise. Year 84 Month 8W Heil Jura's network was trying to gather information about the Demon King's whereabouts. Well, we found out what the trap was. It was tough trying to filter through crap and false positives, so much so that by the time any good information was obtained, it was often no longer useful. This was one of those times. The Demon King had been visiting the sites of the previous Demon Kings, the places of their death and destruction, and tapped into the remaining energies to create a massive demon monster that was stronger than the super canon. We knew this because on the eastern continent was where one Demon King died perhaps 50 to 60 years ago, the location of Astaroth. Of course, at this point, I wondered if there was a limit. The world must have seen countless Demon Kings, so by sheer number and a long history, there should be some Demon King's destruction in almost every location at some point of this world's life. So perhaps the residual magics got fully decayed and the Demon King couldn't tap into that energy. Or only if there was remaining demolite. Was it looking for Demolite? The new monster, well, apparently, resembled a Staroth. That said, very few descriptions of Astaroth's appearance remained, so it could well be a corrupted version of the story. The new monster, at least, didn't seem to have a long-range weapon. Instead, it was just a gargantuan creature that seemed to excel in short-range bursts. And well, it wrecked a few nations in its immediate surroundings. Naturally, this meant the Demon King was headed for the other Demon King's Deathland. This conjecture immediately caused panic because there was actually a rather massive mining operation in the area to get at the Demolite. Mining Demolite suddenly didn't seem that profitable now that the Demon King's eyes were on it, too. Hazard pay only went so far. Are you there? Always. Do you speak to the mortals? A foolish endeavor. My knowledge of the world was indeed lacking, and very much. What I knew was shaped by what I could see and what I could infer from observing the mortals. But I did agree that my viewpoints were colored greatly by these mortals that I mingled with. It had been something on my mind for a while, and I did sense the growing influence of the network of trees. Every day I felt like I was switching between myself and a tree. I am a young tree. I want to learn more. Age is but the passing of time. For immortals another day, speak of where is lacking. Was there really a me? Was I really an individual person, or was I conflating the previous me, the once human me, the one that was both a soul and also a mammalian Homo sapiens' needs and desires? Was there really a me that was independent of our bodies? After all, our souls were plugged into the bodies we inhabited. We shared and felt the desires, needs, the bodily wants of that body. Now that I was a tree, naturally I would change. But was this change a new me since I had lost my human body so many years ago? Was I still the same person as I was? What should I do with this aspect that thought, behaved, and had the desires of a tree? Was it me? Was my yearning for a social circle a relic of my once mortal, humanoid, clanning, and family-oriented society, something that was ingrained in my human genetic code? We are what we are. What if we once were something else? Like rings on a tree, we are the product of cumulative experience. Why cling on to the past? That something else will never return, the future and the big picture remains. I was confused, but I did feel like I was struggling a bit with an identity crisis. What should I be? What was I? Was I just a talking, thinking magical soul tree, bane of all demons? Was there something more to me? That past history of mine, however short it now felt, was I more tree or more mad? Locally, the demons were on a retreat, and a sense of normalcy returned for the inhabitants of the region. This, of course, ignored the fact that the Demon King had somehow made a mini-Demon King. It was a stupid decision by the Demon King. If I was in charge, I would absorb the energy from the previous Demon Kings and made myself stronger, rather than create new minions. But maybe there was some physical or magical limitation. It was like letting the heroes get a trial run before actually fighting the real thing. How was that a good idea? Anyway, it was just like a regular citizen giving opinions on world matters. These, to some extent, were matters beyond one man's control. Focusing back on what I could do, trade and research. Trade routes restored, and the materials necessary for research gradually returned. Research status. Phytor mediation process, advanced mineral concentration. 12 months, first things first. I resumed research for upgrades to the feces processing plant. Reason being, well, my previous solution could be better. Also, currently all the metals were absorbed by dedicated trees that functioned as a sponge for specific types of metals or toxin, so it was mixed with that tree. The next step would be, therefore, to then specifically expel these collected metals into some kind of usable form. Then, I'd been thinking about what I'd been facing and what my artificial souls said. About a counterattack, and also the strange magics from the telco tower, and so a bit more on the flexible branches needed to have a kind of tree catapult. The lattice was derived from the tower, with the way its magic was twisted and intertwined to form a layered structure that resulted in greater endurance. Ultra-flexible compression branches, 24 months, latticeworks 12 months, and on top of that, the hex's ability to influence my mental state was something worth researching, as it was possible to design or construct specialized artificial minds, or at least develop routines that were suited for absorbing these hexes. Still, as a field of research, it overlapped quite a bit with me absorbing shit. Just emotional shit. Magical residue filtration basic 112 months. I still had one spare forest rod that I'd not used, and that was something I wanted to find a place to plant. One spot that I was aware of was the location of the demonic supercannon, and also where the hero's telco tower was. Once the Demon King was dead, I was going to attack the telco tower and replace it with my rod. That was a backup plan, of course. I was sure there were others. Lilies are their magical spots that you know of. It took one day for it to reply, yes. Would you tell me? 2 days later, all I got was number Y. Another day later, stranger. Ah, damn it. Still, time to capitalize on the return of magical communications. So I asked Jura to gather information about other magical sites besides the places of former Demon King. I didn't want anything to do with the Demon King at the moment. Of course, this meant dungeons or holy sites. Yet, I was feeling a bit meh with all these info networks because they didn't seem to be generating good information. Seriously, I wondered whether I was giving Jura's contacts too much work or they were just that crappy. Maybe the Adventurers Guild would be better, perhaps a list of all dungeons on the continent. We'd like to set up a small adventurer group, Lausanne told the older elves gathered. Right now, the Valthorns are advancing quite quickly, and many of us are gaining levels. Ian's intent is that the Valthorns are a special elite force, and so we need experience against other kind of foes, not just demons. It was something Lausanne suggested one day, after fighting extensively with her dedicated training artificial soul, Trioner. It was true that Trioner could simulate all sorts of combat situations, but the leveling effect from that may not be superior to actual combat experience. Even if I had supplemented that with realistic dream tutors, there was still a gap. They needed to fight real enemies to put all that training into reality. So I'd like to lead the first squad. I've already gotten 5 others that are at least level 25 to join. Lausanne's intent was, of course, to hit as many birds with one stone. She was often bound to New Frika, so being an adventurer allowed her to travel to fight other monsters and encounter other spirits, and also, a high-ranking adventurer was allowed entrance to many cities. It was a formalized recognition of her levels. In the long run, Lausanne's intention was to use a high ranking to earn access to all the other great spirit cities. Jura just nodded. This was something Lausanne had already discussed with Jura beforehand. It was really for the wider Valtrian Order leadership team. In practice, Lausanne could do whatever she wanted, and she'd get away with it. My intention is that if it works, these 5 that are with me will go on to lead their own adventurer squads. The political aspect is going to be touchy, won't it? Mattias asked Jura. I thought there were some restrictions about quasi-military institutions setting up or sponsoring adventurers. Just formalities, really, Jura said. The squad can still function as a team of adventurers, and the team needed to be briefed about which country is going to accept recognition as adventurers, given their connections with the Valtrian Order. The mages' guilds won't share high-tier resources and knowledge to politically connected adventurers. They never shared anything to anyone from outside their hometown anyway, one captain opined. We'd have to open up access to our dungeons to the foreign adventurers as well then, Mattias asked. We don't have any, but yes. It's something I'll have to handle through the council, Jura said. There will be some opposition, but given that Ian was also supporting this, they probably won't ask too much. As a policy, my beetles mostly focused on demons. If there were life-threatening emergencies, then only my beetles would intervene against the native monsters. This was partly to maintain some semblance of work for the Adventurers Guild. But then again, my beetles also had a limited range thanks to the Demon King, so there were threats that needed the specialized help of adventurers. The Merchants Guild Regional Coordination Center also was a big source of escort work for them. After a bit of back and forth about the political impact, which Lausanne just had to endure, eventually all of them agreed to it. Well, agreed then. Perhaps we can meet with the guildmaster of the local chapter to take this further. Well, the next day, a middle-aged man came to the Valtrian Order's offices. Council. The man tipped his hat, placed it on a hat hanger, and then sat on the chair, his arms wide and posture slightly slouched. There was only Jura and him in the room. Jura smiled. I see you're already comfortable, Garrosh. Wine, Jura offered. I had a special blend made mixed with our special herbs. Sure. Garrosh took a glass and sipped on it. Could use some with the stupid shit that goes on. People problems were like that. Jura had a sip too. Lausanne spoke to you. She did. Garrosh finished the glass, then he leaned forward. And I told her I'll think about it. The answer has to be a yes, you know. Jura offered another glass. And I'll lose my job if I don't. Garrosh took a second glass. Well, in terms of pure combat competence, Lausanne's up there, probably close to the best of my adventurers. But the Regional Adventurers Guild is going to kick up a fuss. But you will ignore them. Jura just smiled. Garrosh laughed. Damn right, I've always wanted to meet Ian, so that's my price. Bring me into the deep woods past the strange magics that swirl around it. Jura finished his own glass. I see you've attempted to find Ian. Garrosh took the role of the guildmaster about 2 years ago, and despite being mostly a guildmaster, he was quite obediently stuck to the rules of New Frika. Still, he occasionally did try to sneak into the woods. Jura just looked at his glass and then back at him. I'm still an adventurer at heart, and you know I've been itching to see it ever since I came to this place. The stories I heard from the older folks before the deep forests were wrapped in a thick mist really interest me. Ever since the druids did what they did, my inner body was always shielded with mist, haunted forests. It'd be a disaster to me if a druid could somewhat get his way to my main body and attempt another ritual. I was prepared for this. Ivy and Jura had both vetted Garrosh's intentions, and so I was quite comfortable with him coming to my main body. I also had other preparations in place if Garrosh ever tried anything, but it didn't need to come to that. The very journey through the woods with all the ghosts and soul harvesters roaming about was enough to intimidate him, and he froze when he saw my main body. This is it. Well, I was massive. As a tree, I towered high up above the rest of the valley, and due to my camouflage and mist skills that enveloped the entire forest of trees that I was unseen. Lately, I also had other giant trees in the forest, which helped act as a distraction and diversion. He froze and he stared at me. Well. Jura nodded. He was used to the sight. I will go now, the middle-aged guildmaster said. Hello, Garrosh. I decided to speak directly into this head. Somehow that caused his legs to buckle, but he quickly regained his composure. Ian, he asked. Yes. I will go now. Jura happily escorted him away, and apparently he spent that day sleeping. Why do they react like that? I think your voice has gotten more complicated recently. It is almost as if you are multiple people talking at the same time and there is a greater pressure in your voice. Really? I clearly wasn't aware of what my voice sounded like when I telepathically spoke to people. I mean, it was not as if telepathy had an echo. How did you even record telepathy? Would that be possible, Or was that like copying memories? It was like trying to replay a thought, wasn't it? Year 84, month 9, a string of battles broke out across the continents. The Demon King had landed on our shores. It was probably headed for the former Demon King's place, and so that was not good news. And apparently one group of heroes attempted to fight the demon animated from Astaroth's residual energies. They won, but a heavy price was paid. Pujapuran died. You received one hero fragment. You now have 68 fragments. I'd been observing the giant lillipod city from the shore. After all, my trees couldn't grow underwater, or at least not yet. Perhaps someday I'd have submersible trees or seaweeds, something of a thought for the later days. I was particularly fascinated by the structure of the giant lily pads themselves. How did these massive things manage to even stay afloat, or what was supporting them from beneath? Or was it magic, a long history? Well, it seemed lilies clearly noticed I was watching. For millennia we stood, multiple destructions seen, death and rebirth. The eternal cycle, the great wheel of life. Even this form was not our first. I decided to leave and ponder on that statement. I kept watching. How did the citizens even build things on the lily pads? The lily pads were clearly quite thick, so thick that the citizens must be able to drill or hammer some foundation into it to support the tall stone and wooden structures. The highest of them were at least 10 stories tall. The lilies themselves were not entirely stationary. They drifted a little, and so the bridge that connected the various lily pads were usually based on some kind of magical string or ropes which could somewhat stretch. The dark, murky waters, are they magical, or are there monsters lurking in them? Despite it being a lake, there was very little fishery activity going on, though I did notice some people fishing. Curious, I put another tree closer to the entrance on the lake's shore. Perhaps some of the travelers or passers-by would somehow reveal something. Was there something in the lake? I tried my luck. The lilies were quite secretive in a way, or maybe I hadn't figured out the trick to communicate with them properly. It was really a communication gap. Death, what? But in death, life. Okay, that was 2 days later. I realized I didn't plan my meeting with another tree spirit well enough. What should I ask it or them? Lausanne and gang finally had their first few adventurer missions, hunting some monster wolves and stuff. The retreat of the demons meant the return of native monsters, and they really didn't get along. If I were to put the world into factions, I'd probably make it into a three kingdoms kind of situation. The demons, the living mortals, and the monsters, all with their own gods. Fun for them because, for one, they got to wear adventurer gear and not in the usual Valtrian colors. In fact, Lausanne had so much fun she came home and talked for hours about it to her mom. Perhaps it was that whole field trip kind of effect. Just a group of young kids on an adventure without adult supervision. In a way, it was rare for Lausanne to go so far without a captain, or Ivan, or any of the older Valtrian order people around. Even if she outranked them in many ways, it was still having an adult around. Laufen just patted her on the head and looked really amused at her daughter. The Demon King was getting nearer to Tact and Nung, and that meant a round of fleeing. It was hilarious, really. The kingdom should all just set up some kind of massive teleportation array between continents so that they could play hide and seek with the demons. The death of that one hero, though, quickly spread, and it became chatter in the bars and inns. One hero died. Does this mean this generation's heroes were weak? But many of them died before. I mean, many didn't really know how many heroes there were. They didn't get fragments to track, and the past heroes didn't really talk that much with the natives, so eavesdropping on the chatter was amusing. I wish more of them die. After the Demon King was killed, when the Demon King was killed, that kind of chatter would probably make Mila or Alexis feel depressed, but hey, that was what happened when one was reincarnated as the pawn of the gods. Some of them made the journey to me again. Sigh. I wondered how Mila and Alexis were doing. Year 84, month 10b atolls. It was inevitable that a battle would break out now that the Demon King was on this continent. The Demon King generated lesser demons like a Zerg hive. Its minions gushed out in all directions. The nearby kingdoms attempted to defend and delay the inevitable, creating large armies to fight. Yet the Demon King itself also had the ability to fire projectiles like the super cannon, so that curtailed any attempt to form up into a larger force. Thankfully, it didn't seem trigger happy. So this month, my beetles and gang faced multiple medium-scale battles at about 5 to 10,000 demons. Since it was going to be a battle of attrition, we mostly fought a defensive battle, concentrating my forces around my larger giant attendant trees. This made the most of the aura effects and helped minimize casualties. My beetles needed a few months to replenish themselves, so it was entirely possible for the demons to overwhelm my surroundings if I lost too many beetles. Still, we had communication channels, so Jura had been really busy, coordinating with other nearby kingdoms to fight defensive battles together. Lausanne was unhappy, though. Why did the Demon King have to spoil my adventurer fun? It's too dangerous with the Demon King on our continent. But it was fine just a month ago. Well, it was hard to explain the erratic behavior of the Demon King. Or maybe it just seemed erratic from our point of view. We, after all, did not understand or appreciate its thought processes. Still, more defensive battles, and despite racking up kills, I didn't seem to be gaining levels, which was really quite sad. The Demon King, of course, was headed for the site of the previous Demon King and would probably attempt to summon something similar to the previous Demon King, if the news of the Astaroth copy was to be believed. So we were going to have a mini rerun of the previous Demon King on our hands, something that perhaps I had to deal with. Since I could handle a demon walker, I supposed in some ways, this was a good test of my own strength. Would I stand up to a mini Demon King? There was time to prepare. And so I intensified all my anti-demon preparations by stockpiling my anti-demon bolts and weapons. Yet there was quite a bit of apathy amongst the general populace. To them, all this news was just like regular citizens watching a news channel on the television, talking about some virus or war in some faraway place. There was no personal relationship, so most of these regular folks didn't feel a thing and they didn't react to it. If I wasn't a tree who regularly had to move my beetles to face these forces, perhaps I'd be like that too. Not my problem. Someone else would handle it. How did I get proactive people? Was there a way to let these people imagine they had control over things? It was clear by now that a part of it came from the influence of the classes and levels, that people of a certain class had their mindsets influenced by the constraints and scope of those classes. So if I wanted proactive, I needed to give these people the right kinds of classes, which then shaped how they thought. And so I got the feeling like I needed to shape my minions more actively, on top of helping them with leveling. So I decided to grant some of my lesser grade classes more freely, and also even grant some of the Valthorns the Knight classes. The intention was quite simple. That was, if I had a larger population, I could then make a general assessment of the mindsets of those possessing different classes and see whether there were any differences. I could run them through standardized tests in Dream Tutor and evaluate their performance. If the class really influenced thoughts, then it should be something exhibited throughout the population, and not just individuals. So on top of expanding the Valthorns previously to some 500 kids, I'd segregated the newer pool of 300 kids into 3 groups. One with Knight class, about 100 of them, one with Ranger class, about 150 of them, and another 50 kids with Druid classes. If there was some kind of uniformity of thought processes, I thought this was large enough to tell. Then the issue that emerged was, we didn't have enough Knights to properly train the Knights. Get me some, I told Jura, and so he put up a banner and notification hiring knight trainers. Strangely, knights tended to be a human kind of role, so it made some of the new Freaka Council people look and ask questions. But they didn't dare to touch us. Some of the royals, though, saw this was an opportunity to curry favor with us, so a few royal families quickly offered their knights. Strange how even if I tried to avoid these royal politics, they always happened. So, which royal family do you want to pick? Quite a few volunteered their best knights. I even heard about some of them. As a tree, I just wanted to grow. Why did everything have to do with people jostling for power? Sigh. How many can we afford? Probably 5. Then pick one from the 5 nearest kingdoms. Use the proximity as a basis. Publish and let the kingdoms know about how we chose the 5 too, just so that we don't seem like we're intentionally sidelining the others. Sure. They will ask for favors from us for this. Let it be clear to them that I will not owe them favors. They will make me owe them favors. Jura frowned. Maybe we should have made it anonymous. That won't work. Everyone knows we're the only institution with knights in New Freaka. The council has some knights, but not to the point where they need knight trainers. They'll be able to trace it from us. Ah, well. I sighed. I spent a day or two mulling over it and decided it was still better to get the knight trainers. It was good to get insights from other nations' military. There should be good points we could learn. The demons come for you. Their king was here. I attempted out of goodwill to warn lilies. Perhaps I hoped to learn something from the interaction. I speculated that it, with its long age, must have encountered many demon kings in the past, and yet it survived just like I did. The bringer of otherworldly destruction. Did it care or did it not care? That was like a statement of fact. Let it come. Do you not fear it? Like fire it was fearsome, but the rain will come. What if the rain didn't? Then it was so. What should I say? The demons would rule the world then. It would not be the first time nor the last. Oh shit. Did lilies just said that the demons actually won before? Wait, that didn't make sense. These demons were clearly out to destroy the world. If they did, and the world we lived in managed to recover, that meant they didn't totally destroy it. So, what do they want? What do they want? We do not ask why the fire burns, but only know that the fire burns. How did the world recover? As it always has, with a little divine touch. Meddling gods. If they had powers beyond summoning gods, then why didn't they use it? Well, we had a short break, and what followed the break was a bit more fighting. A large demonic army actually headed for Lake Lillipod and the giant Lillipod city, and fighting, of course, broke out. But the army mostly retreated back into the city itself, and then the lilies that connected the shore to the rest of the floating city just submerged, forming a moat. There was a walker, too. Where did the walker even come from? Did the Demon King just make it? Then massive lily bulbs appeared on the shoreline and it fired seeds. The bulbs were like turrets. Cool. Interesting defensive system. Pests. Why do you bother defending them if you say they are fire that burns? Life is meant to be a struggle, but if it is time to die, so be it. So be it indeed. It was like a quasi-religious view of the world, like, believe in God but tie your camel. The walker fired a shot at the city now floating on the lake. The city was drifting away, further and further. One of the lily pads flipped up, together with all the buildings on it, and the shot destroyed the entire lillipad. I thought all the people on it died as well. But one lillipad for the safety of the other 26,000, I supposed, was a trade. The walker fired again. And again, lilies sacrificed another lily pad to act as a shield. And this dance continued for a good hour, lilies sacrificing about 30 lilipads and probably a few thousand lives. But by then, the rest of the lilipad was now far away in the middle of the massive lake. At this distance, some of the shots were starting to miss and just splash in the water. Yet the demon walker did not step into the waters. They weren't afraid of water, were they? The Demon King crossed the seas, after all, and so did one of the walkers. So why wasn't this demon walker entering the water? Was there something in the water? I decided to use a bit more of my spiritual vision, and well, the dark, murky waters were filled with floating roots. A lot of them, so much so that they pretty much blocked out everything. It was like using an X-ray to try to locate a small fishbone when there was a whole bunch of other larger bones. It was possible but hard. The demon walker, realizing that the giant lillipod was now pretty much a massive island floating in the middle of the lake, far enough that its attacks were missing, stopped, and then it moved away. May I offer some assistance? All yours, as the mortals say. They were clearly eavesdropping on the mortals, too. Otherwise it would not have known how to speak like them. There was a walker after all. Experience. I like experience. A distant proxy battle by way of giant attendant trees, and so I spawned 3 of them on the shores. They emerged from the ground with a massive rumble and shake, the ground cracked, and then 3 giant trees emerged. An interesting power similar to our giant lilies. And root strikes. The walker, realizing that its foe was now the 3 trees, turned and started to shoot. At this distance, the giant attendant trees only had 30% of my strength, but I believed that was good enough. It attacked. My beetles emerged from the giant trees, fresh, newly spawned beetles. Only 1,500 beetles, but enough to distract and delay the regular demons, such that the walker's attention was focused on the 3 giant trees. It attacked. I used my wood shields. But at this distance, so far away, the 6 wooden shields I created crumbled easily, and then the blast itself made a big hole in one of the giant trees. But the giant tree didn't fall. I could still sense it alive. The walker was hammered by root strikes. At this distance, it wasn't as effective as before. Darn. It scratched and there were small wounds here and there. I moved on to use my super anti-demon root strikes. Even at this distance, they worked a bit better, but not enough. The demon walker was still really quite tough. It fired another shot, and I activated 15 wooden shields this time, and well, it went through almost all of them. But it still blocked the shot. It shot again. And this time I couldn't stop it in time, and it broke one of the giant trees. I felt the pain. We felt the pain. I unleashed all the attacks I had in my reservoir, using up all my root strikes. It thrust it into the bottom of the walker like a constant barrage. Its demonic shell cracked, and then in its dying breath it shot out another attack. That second strike destroyed another giant tree. I felt that again, and somehow I felt really mad. It was like a part of me was cut off, and I didn't like that at all. But by now I was out of root strikes, and it would take a day or 2 for it to recover. Still, I was pissed, and I wasn't going to let the demon walker go. So my vines and roots appeared, entangling it. It wasn't dead yet. But I wasn't going to let it run away from me. No, it killed 2 of my giant trees, 2 OFME. I used my other skills, everything else that I had. Fruit attacks, poison field, corrosive fruits, tree saps, constrict, and natural mana overwhelming. And I pulled the demon walker down to the ground. It was weak. Our attacks made it weak. I spawned 2 more giant trees in place of where the 2 others fell, and they added strength to the roots that pulled the demon walker down. It collapsed. Alive but grounded, its mouth and other orifices tied up, tangled by roots. Like a parasite, we feasted on the demonic walker. We drained and we pushed our mana in. It struggled. By now, the battlefield's remaining demonoids were crushed in the onslaught of root strikes. There were a few demon knights. They hacked at the trees and the roots. They did a bit of damage, but the regeneration of the giant trees were faster. So long as the demon walker fell, we could take a few hits. It struggled on the ground, its wounds not recovering thanks to the interference of natural mana. At times, it seemed like its strength recovered slightly or the effects of our constrict skill faded. But constrict was a skill that was meant to last long, and if I wanted, I could keep using it perpetually. For days, it attempted to struggle. The demon knights attempted to hack away the vines. Then my skills returned, and I cleared the battlefield of the lesser demons, whatever balance on the demon walker. If this was next to me, it'd already be dead. But such were the perils of fighting at 30% strength. I drew on the mana from wherever I could and channeled it there, the giant attendant tree acting like my regional power station. Mana weakened it. The demon walker attempted to resist, and I could sense it functioned on demonic mana or whatever that dried-up husk of a lake was. Perhaps I could call it desert mana to our natural water mana. The mana inside fought against the mana we intentionally poured in. Whatever. I wanted it dead. We wanted it dead. We pummeled it again and it turned weak. A day, 2 days, it never really died. It still lived. Cursed distances, my roots not working as well. A few more days and my arsenal of skills refreshed itself, and we repeated that. Each time the demon walker edged weaker, its cracked skin starting to give way to our natural mana. The vines started to make roots into the skin of the walker. Every time it struggled, we unleashed our root strikes, and then finally, after 2 weeks, we broke through the head and cracked the demon walker's inner structure. It was almost there, dying. Our vines reached into it. So did our mana. We ran out of root strikes again. So the vines, the branches, they extended like feelers, like a parasite finding the innards of the creature, like a hollowed log infested by algae and mushrooms. Natural mana overwhelming was capturing, assimilating a demon walker. Assimilating. Oh, assimilation successful. Obtained massive woodwalker shell. Massive woodwalker shell is inactive, as it requires a titan soul, or 5 artificial soul, a powerful mobile energy supply, a mobile root mind complex, and a mobile high-density energy storage. Low-quality energy supply and storage will limit power and performance of the MWS. Titan frame type. Woodwalker unlocked. Future Titan souls may select walker variants. Creation of Woodwalker Titan frames require construction of Titan's chambers, a special construction project. You gain 2 level. You are now level 142. Natural mana overwhelming upgraded, only 2 levels. What was left was now a verdant monstrosity, once a demonic giant that was now covered in vines, leaves, moss, and all other sorts of vegetation. As if an ancient machine was left to the effects of nature for a long period of time, and now the trees had reclaimed them, assimilated them, like those ancient temples where the roots were in every part of the structure. But there was no mind to it. I had this thing, but I couldn't use it, unless I got those mobile energy supply and energy storage. So it was time to turn to my trusty lab. Commence research. Additional research added. Superstorage potatoes, SSB. Stage 1 12 months. Massive leaf power generation array stage 1 16 months. I thought it'd probably look like an oversized Venusaur if there was a big bunch of trees on its back, with some potatoes. Or would it look more like Bulbasaur? Year 84 month 11T, heroes had been busy fighting smaller battles, and yet they had been unable to stop the Demon King from going where it needed to go, which was the site of the previous, most recent Demon King's death. It was probably a problem for everyone. I also reckoned, logically, that if the Demon King intended to somehow tap into whatever was left, this next one was going to be way stronger than the one they faced on the eastern continent, but probably not at the level of the Demon King. For the group of heroes that were here, it was probably a tense time. What if the Demon King aimed for them? Could they fight it? Already 4 other walkers had been spotted throughout the continent, and the brief peace we had before once again shattered. It was just annoying. I just wanted to grow. Could I create a massive wall somewhere that all these demons couldn't go, or maybe just go live on the moon or something where there were no demons to bother me? Yeah, live on the moon. What would it be like to live on the moon? Could I be the moon tree or tree moon? If I terraformed one of the moons into a land covered in trees, Would it look green and yellow when I change their leaf colors from so far away? Which moon should I live on? For a short while, I entertained the idea of living on another object where there were no demons and no monsters. Just trees, and maybe animals to help the ecosystem get going. It'd be like those sci-fi movies where some guys traveled to some faraway planet home to ravenous trees. A tree could dream, right? I want to fight monsters, Lozan protested. I'm so sick of demons. I lost count how many times you've said it. One of the other Valthorns sighed. To them, it was one of Lozan's teenage frustrations. She sulked in a corner. The other Valthorns practiced in between the regular battles. Some Valthorns took the chance to just catch up on sleep and rest since they'd been deployed periodically to fight the demons. The knight trainers from the nearby kingdoms arrived, too, and they started to train the junior Valthorns in basic knight stances and moves. It was rather simple stuff, like stand in a knightly manner, how to hold your sword, but I supposed one needed foundations. Come, let's spar. Nero was one of them who regularly sparred with the Valthorns, thanks to Ivan's meddling. He wasn't at Lozan's level, but he was at least competent enough to spar with the newbies and the later initiates. He would regularly get beaten up, of course, but he seemed to take the pain better. "What level are you, Lady Lozan?" Someone sat next to her and asked. I thought it was one of the adventurers. Level 65. There was an awkward silence. It was highly unusual for someone of that age to reach that level in combat. There had been cases of high levels, but usually in more menial roles, perhaps farmer or herder or rancher. Of course, that was due to all the training and leveling aura effects that I had. I had 4 dedicated training skills, 1 dedicated trainer, and a bunch of other practice things. Thinking about it, it didn't feel that cheating. The heroes got close to level 100 within 2 years. Lozan started training when she was 6, and now she was already 14, turning 15. 9 years for 65 levels versus 2 years for 100 levels. I thought heroes were still at least 7 times faster, ignoring the fact that the higher levels were harder. Man, that made my hero fragments super overpowered. I should think about weaponizing or sharing these shards someday. I wondered whether it was possible to lend the effects onto an item or as a blessing, such that they gained its effects. The first 100 fragments cannot be given away. What? I wondered to myself, why such a restriction? What was the first 100 fragments for? No answer. It seemed like this wasn't something the system was willing to tell yet. Fine, could I set up a proxy such that the effects of the fragments were shared, even if the actual fragment remained physically with me? A cloud aura server, with my trees acting as my transmitters. No answer. Did that mean it was impossible or it was possible? Yeah. Why should a benefit be solely hoarded by me anyway? Tree, I'm sick of demons, Lozan protested. I know. She decided to eat some cake. I missed cake. I would like to have a nice coffee cake. I missed coffee cakes. I asked some of the servants to mix coffee powder into some fertilizer and pour it around me instead. At least I could somewhat taste it, but it was just different. Really sucked not having taste buds. Wait. There were those giant insect-eating bugs that resembled lips and mouths. Could I evolve those and make them have taste buds? Then I could still taste food. Tree, why did you ask the servants to pour coffee? It was Lawfen who strangely breached the topic. Coffee is beneficial to trees. I've never heard of such a thing. Only ancient trees like me, I lied. Only those that have lived the eons would desire the taste of things. Ah, then would you like tea as well, or chocolate? Yes, that would be great. Pour it into the small hole next to the tree of prayers. I first needed to evolve my roots to have taste receptors. Then I just needed to block out the taste of dirt. Year 84 month 12 do not fear the outworlders, fear them. Huh, Lilies had randomly made a statement. Am I talking to the same person? A mass, a hive are many made of many, and many minds make many different ways. A nation is one being, and one being is a nation. Only a nation can comprehend another. What? We are many, and we have many ways. We are aggressive, we are passive, we are quiet, we are loud. We are everything and we are nothing. Oh, in short, because Lily's was like a choir, there were bits of it that had different personalities, and each of them did things differently. Was there one in charge? Yes and no. I decided not to think about it. It was like I was talking to a bunch of school kids and each of them had a word to say. Apparently the heroes had a skirmish with the Demon King. Somehow they managed to escape the fight itself. But it was quite stupid of them. 3 against the Demon King. What were they thinking? At least none of them died. Meanwhile, the other heroes in the other continents were still clearing their respective continents of the demons and apparently making some plans. Were they coming? As winter set in, I sensed unusual energies coming from the hero's tower. I didn't know what it was and I tried to get the labs to scan, but the energy fluctuated slightly and then went back to normal again. It felt like star mana, but without any detailed results. I wasn't sure. This winter, we'd managed to get a bit more evergreen plants to grow. Some traders managed to bring in winter-resistant plants from faraway lands, and that made me very happy. It was nice to have fellow winter-friendly trees. Down far south, near Lake Lilliput, the lake itself was a source of warmth, and it didn't freeze over. The unmoving giant tree walker was sprawled over the ground, now overgrown with trees. It was warmer here. South was nearer to where the sun was after all, and some simple astronomical rules still applied, even if there were more moons to complicate the water level movements. The giant walker just died, a trader mentioned, walking past the giant thing. To them it was dead. The difference between a dead giant walker and a giant walker infested with vines and trees in practice was really still a dead, unmoving thing. The king ordered that no one approach the walker, though. The king referred to the elected ruler of the giant Lilliput city, truly just the ruler of the humans. I suspected Lily's was in communication with him to some degree, but then, it was probably a secret it didn't want to share. A few carts filled with corpses moved past, and later, they dumped all the corpses into the lake. It's really quite fast that the walker was covered in trees, though, a trader said. They were just walking past my giant attendant trees. And these massive trees, they just appeared. Must be the Lilliput magic. Really, you think so? All tree spirits have the bloom effect. It's like a fact, one other trader said. I've never heard of a tree spirit without having some kind of super growing ability. Why would the giant Lilliput do such a thing? Maybe the giant walker's like super fertile or something. It does have a lot of magic in it. Really? I thought this trader just said really all the time. I'm guessing. The trader laughed. A bunch of adventurers quickly pushed them on. Good sirs, please, let's get moving. Ah, yes. Escorts were still needed after all. Demons weren't over yet. I would like to visit a floating city for a change. I wondered if it'd be more like Venice, or whether it'd be like those floating markets of Southeast Asia, or was it more like living in some kind of floating oil rig? The demons kept up their attacks, but without the walkers, the regular armies weren't really much of a problem. That's the 30th demon elite I killed, Lausanne complained. And no levels this time, Jura laughed. Maybe you should let them do the fighting, you just help when they really can't do it. There was a bunch of other Valthorns, the strongest of them in their level 30s, a pretty good level for their age. Almost genius, even. Okay. Lausanne realized she just said something that wasn't going to go her way. Try to play a leader role then instead of the vanguard. Maybe you can get some kind of leadership class. Can't I just ask Tree for it? Stop asking Tree for everything, Lausanne. A good champion doesn't depend on handouts. I frankly disagreed with that. Handouts weren't the problem. Not really. But heroes got their powers handed to them on a silver platter. Jura paused. True, but still, if you depend on someone else's power, it means you were not there yet. With how cold winter was, everyone was practicing indoors, We had plenty of space. Strategos found a magic spot. A large, dark cave was located on one of the mountains. It was further west, even further from the volcano. There were monstrous bats, large crab monsters. I sighed. Probably a black element location again. I honestly didn't understand why my soul forge was blue. I was a tree, shouldn't I be green? But magic did what magic did. It was what it was. Was black, red, and blue magic more common in this world? Should I still take it, though, since I had one forest rod? But with the hero's power growing so quickly, their summoned armies already sweeping through many parts of the continent, destroying demons in the process, the odds of me locating a demon rod for capture was slim. Already, more rumors and news came from the land beyond. That the heroes were able to call on units that were like super units, able to take on a demon walker single-handedly. That meant they could now attack the demonic forces on multiple fronts, expanding their force projection ability to counter the demon's reach. Had they passed level 100? It sounded like some of them did. If so, the odds of a final battle with the Demon King were high. I wanted a super unit too. It was quite unfair that I had to get a heroic soul to summon a Titan, and they could do it with level 100. The gods really loaded the die with them. Year 85, month 1, a new year began. It was almost 3 years since the Demon King had arrived by my own clock, year 82, month 2. This war had gone on for far too long. Everywhere it was weariness, a sense of exhaustion in the people, rumors of frustrations among the many kings and queens. What was taking the heroes so long to just get to it? Even me, I was just tired of demons. For the past 4 years, I'd been battling demons throughout my domain, but there was also rising hope. It was going to end soon. The question that happened inevitably was when and where it was going to end, and for most of the kings, how to avoid being collateral damage in the cataclysmic battle that occurred. The question of where was most certainly our current continent. The Demon King was finally at the site of Demon King, and predictably, consistent with the Astaroth incident, it summoned a demon shaped like a large airship. It didn't seem like the Demon King was intent on going anywhere else. It wasn't moving, and instead, it stopped and released a massive energy blast that incinerated the surroundings of the former site. What was once a crater turned into a larger one, and we all felt it. A strong energy that pushed back against my auras. A kind of energy so dry that I felt like it was attempting to strip my mana away from me. The tower vibrated, its divine energies triggered to create a shield, and even then it felt the tower demand energy from the surroundings to reinforce itself. So strange, but it was a taunt. Thanks to that unidirectional wave, we all knew where the Demon King was. Like a blazing fire, all we had to do was follow the warmth. It called out to them. The Demon King and the image of the previous one. I could almost feel the words that it meant through that wave. Come, heroes, time to settle this fight. That energy wave triggered magical defensive spells like how lightning sometimes triggered alarms. Even in New Freaka, some simple enchantments like door reinforcement spells or enchanted weapons made unusual sounds and had strange shapes appear on them. And the hex. The residual hex that was now pooled together cordoned away from the general masses. They reacted strongly to the wave. It wasn't absorbing it, but it didn't like it at all, and a strange, purplish glow appeared over them. So it was time to bunker up or run away. Some of them chose to travel further away from it. It was a sensible choice. The Demon King was taunting the heroes to go to it, but at the same time it was a signal to everyone else to run away. Which many did. For those that didn't or couldn't, we bunkered up. The sewers and underground tunnels project thankfully completed. The citizens started stocking up designated storage areas in the underground tunnels. The tunnels went quite deep into the ground, after all. The Demon Kings clearly had incredible destructive power, and shallow, near-surface tunnels were still going to get destroyed easily. I'd also restocked my constantly growing arsenal of anti-demon wooden bolts. If it ever came down to a fight, I wasn't going to go down easily. I hoped I didn't get involved, but a part of me knew that was wishful thinking. It was on this continent after all. In the long eternity of time, one day I would have to face the Demon King, whether by chance or intention. Hero's final battle yes 3 no, so it's time. It was Astra who said it, announcing the decision of the vote to the group. Are you sure? Are we sure? One of the heroes asked. We can't hold this on forever. We've all voted yes. Let's go with it. A quiet silence. Although the hero's power was incredible, they all felt it. The gnawing sense that the power was biting into their minds. The stronger it got, the more it compelled them to just go at the demons. It was almost like a bloodlust. They all looked like they hadn't slept in months, eye bags and all. Was it always like this? I don't think so. No records I checked had it. But then again, very few heroes took 3 years to slay the Demon King. Mostly because the battles were all confined on the same continent, SOIT just tended to end rather quickly. All of them didn't sleep well. At night, they all got nightmares. It wasn't like this before, but it started a month, no, 2 months ago. At first it was mild, but lately it was more and more gruesome. Death, destruction. Were they going insane? But we're just walking into the Demon King's trap. It wants us to go. We must hold on till the time is right. When is the time right? We are all about level 100 plus now. Astra is even level 120. We can't wait forever. We've discussed this many times and it's time. It's waiting for us, and I think we should take up the challenge. Some of them kept the thoughts to themselves. Harris, too, had nightmares. So much death, the slaughter of cities, the sacking of so many kingdoms to the demonic hordes. But why? Why? So. The plan is, using the existing tower network, I'll do a mass recall, and that will teleport every one of us to one of the towers. Harris, Myri, Becky, let us know which tower is the best. I'm guessing the Demon King knows and can sense us, based on how their walkers and supercannons behaved. So honestly, the nearest tower will be the best. The nearest tower is not functioning. It's too near, and the demonic wave it emits has shredded the tower, Myri explained. There is a tower near Nung's capital. We'll use that. All right, will you all be there? We're somewhere north, but we are headed down. Before that, Harris, we heard you attempted to fight the Demon King. You didn't tell us about that in our previous call. No, it's more like it, Myri, Becky, and Harris looked at each other, wondering who should explain. So, one of them was impatient. Truth be told, all of them were edgy, the lack of sleep and nightmares making everyone rough. Already there was dissatisfaction with each other. Harris heard that even the previous heroes had conflicts. People, after all, never worked together perfectly. We kind of just found it. It attacked us and we fled as fast as we could. How strong was it? Strong enough. Harris didn't want to say too much. Didn't try to fight it, one of them asked. Who knows, you could win. So far, all the demons we've faced were talked about as incredibly powerful, but now our summons can take them on. Maybe this Demon King's a chump, too. 2 heroes looked at each other. Victor and Gustav, they were both there when Pooja died. It was an accident in a way. They made a mistake and Pooja was in the wrong position. They wanted to say something, but somehow both didn't say it. No, we thought we should do it all together, Harris said. Heh, as expected, one of them sneered. It had been 2 years since they all arrived, and few friendships stayed the same in that time. So we all teleport to the location. One of the other heroes asked, stepping in. Yes, Astra replied, sensing the moment. Anything else? No, Harris sighed to himself. They all just happened to be in the same bus somehow. There was a camaraderie, at least, with Becky and Myri, as the 3 of them traveled together and fought many battles together. But none of that with the other 8 heroes. They were not close to Pooja, and honestly, when Pooja died, the 3 of them didn't really feel anything. No, actually, all they felt was a very strong desire for revenge, to get back at the demons. We need to think, T, Myri asked. Yeah, I need that tea now. All three of them huddled together. Using some dried tea leaves, they made a brew, ginger-flavored somehow. There was some ginger leaves mixed in. They all had a sip of the new freakin' tea leaves and felt their anger, their craving to fight subside a little. Okay, let's discuss what we heard. All of them are going to port in and we're going to fight the Demon King. Absolutely a trap, Becky said, taking another sip. The smell of the ginger was in the air. Astra has a point. We can't avoid this forever. Even if it's a trap, they don't seem to be in any state to resist the effects of our powers. Even this tea's effectiveness weakens with each level we gain. Harris sighed again. Somewhere, a squad of heavily armed shields was fighting demons. He could feel it. And Astra's mind link will help. We've never tested it. We're placing too much trust on a skill that supposedly will make us work seamlessly. They seem to believe the skill will do what it says it does. And no evidence so far refutes that. So I reckon it will help. Harris, Becky, and Myrie shared a glance. A lightning elemental was roasting a few chunks of meat. The lightning helped to char the skin a bit, giving it a bit of a crisp. A metallic suit of armor chopped some vegetables, and a small goblinish creature was peeling some meat of some shellfish. There was a camp behind them. They'd been using their summons for all sort of chores, such as carrying camp gear, all powered by star mana. Star mana was an amazing thing. It lasted long and just a bit could sustain their summons for almost a week, longer for their smaller, menial summons. So, we're still going with the plan then, Myrie said softly. It's our best shot. Even with all these random factors remaining and the rest of them clearly can't wait anymore. Any longer we'd probably fight each other. At least we can finish whatever we were brought to this world for. Harris sighed. He was explaining it more for himself. He was hardly convinced it was the best idea, but in the end he still voted for it. It was like being forced to swallow a bitter pill to not die. Becky refilled her cup of tea. Well, Harris was right. It was our best shot. Harris finished his meal and then took out what resembled a forge. 2 lightning elementals and a fire elemental helped him with his forging. Truth was Harris scouted the Demon King. Whatever Lady Mika left behind made him wonder whether there was a trap. The previous group of heroes fell for it, and here they were, walking right into it. So Harris, without telling the other 3 groups, decided to scout the Demon King out. He prepared beforehand a special teleportation scroll, some backup abilities with both Becky and Myrie, a lightning-powered temporary recall and a lightning speed boost, and high-powered summons as backup. Perhaps they could buy time. The Demon King took the shape of a massive spider with 4 circular rings on top, forming something resembling a veranda. And at intervals, the veranda functioned as a demonic summoning portal. It forcefully opened a massive rift, and each time, one more demon walker emerged. Next to it was a large floating castle filled with jagged spires that radiated a reddish glow. He could feel its power grow, and then ebb. Then he noticed that it was synchronized with the gate on the Demon King. It was acting as a power generator to summon more demons. Instead of relying on ley lines and magic spots, it decided to tap on whatever's left on the previous Demon Kings. Yet Harris watched a bit too long and the demon walkers started firing. He fled, as fast as he could. He wasn't mad. There were at least 2 million demons in that massive valley, at least 30 walkers. It was going to be a massive battle at scale, and flyers. There were creatures that resembled wyverns, it turned out. Sure, they were gaining levels, but it was going to be a race. If these 2 million demons went out in all directions, how long would it take for them to stop it? Could they gain levels fast enough that they could beat back the horde of demons that ravaged the world? And yet Harris didn't feel guilty not sharing this information with the rest of them. And honestly, he didn't know why his 2 friends didn't either. Astra looked at the map. It was laid out on a large table and it marked where the towers were located. Something didn't make sense. What? Nea looked bored. Why were you studying the maps they sent you? All we got to do is teleport there and do what we gotta do. We've got super summons now, and the demons are still giving us the same kind of opponents. Aren't you underestimating the Demon King? And the gods were underestimating me, Nea said. Astra could only roll his eyes. Astra looked at the map again. He roughly measured the distance between where the Demon King was and the nearest tower. Why such a large distance? What was the Demon King planning? Harris met it, yet why did he not say much? Did he have something to hide? I can't wait, Nea said. After this is all over, I'll get to live life as an emperor with a massive harem. Astra didn't reply. There really was no need to. Go sleep. Astra didn't. Nea slept. Feeling like he wasn't going anywhere, he went for a walk and found Gerard on a hill. It wasn't hard spotting him. Gerard nodded at him. Heya, not sleeping yet. I could ask you the same question. Astra noticed a mug and a few barrels of beer by the side. They were all school kids when they got there, but it had been 2 years, and well, everyone had different ways of coping with the nightmares. In Gerard's case, it was beer. They were underaged after all, but who was going to stop heroes with super growth spells from buying beer? He was through a barrel. Sadly, that was what he needed to get drunk, since as a hero, he had some poison resistance, and he had a summon that collected his beer from the nearby towns. Helped that some of his summons were gladiators that could speak a few words. Were you here to make sure I fix my guy's weapons? There was a gladius at the side, made from a mix of regular metal and star mana, something they made in their free time. Gerard had the benefit of having equipable summons. His elite star mana gladiators could will items he made. We've passed that stage, Astra grinned. There was a small magical staff at his side. It was weird that all heroes gained a crafting option together with star mana, and that crafting option seemed exceptionally personal, in the sense that none could make something like someone else. It was through a mix of star mana and their personal will that these hero artifacts were made. Maybe there were crafter heroes in past generations, and people know heroes who could recreate other heroic artifacts. So why were you here? Gerard stood. They exchanged a look. You voted no. The voting results were public. There was no use hiding who voted what. Why? Because I felt like it. Astra glared. Gerard met the glare and after 5 seconds decided to look away. You're lying. Maybe. Won't you tell me the truth? The Demon King's not far away. We should go in with our eyes wide open. Gerard looked disgusted. Must everything be the Demon King? Every time I get drunk, the only thing on my mind is why everyone is just talking about the demons all the freaking time. Because that's why we are here. Fucking twisted logic you got there. Why did we accept this task so wholeheartedly anyway? It's not as if demons did anything to us. But they did so much to the land. How do you even know if they are real, if any of this is real? It feels like it, and that's good enough. Real or not, the wrongs must be righted. Again with that twisted logic, but you know I had to vote no, even if I knew all of you would have voted yes. Then tell me why. Because Nea is overconfident in his skills, and you are overconfident in your skills. Almost everyone is overconfident in their own abilities. We're going to go and fight the demon, and we'll realize how inadequate we were all the while. We've reached level 100. So, is there a rule somewhere that the Demon King is a level 100 threat? Why not level 200? How do we even know level 100 is enough? Because it's 3 digits instead of 2. Because of a feeling you all feel and that nagging, screaming pain every time you sleep. Astra paused and suddenly, yeah. Why did they feel it was enough? Just because the demon walkers were now easy, did that mean they were ready for the next level, the king itself? What if the gap between the king and walkers was massive, as it should be? Yet that moment of discomfort and insecurity didn't last. Like a candle in the wind, it went poof. There are 11 of us. And the Demon King's predecessors have clearly killed many of them. And there were survivors. Many kingdoms have a hero in their lineage. No glory without some sacrifice. Don't you want to be king? Gerard looked disgusted. That's what we are, eh? We come here, defeat a demon king, and then go on and make a fuck ton of babies and leave our magical weapons for them. Well, Astra wanted to say yes, but he knew better. Our alliance lasts up till we kill the demon king. We're not friends after that. Astra shrugged. It was really optimistic to expect 12 kids in the same bus to somehow stick together for 2 to 3 years. That's all we need. A week later, they all teleported to the site. It was a secluded tower located on a mountain. There were subtle mana flows in the ground that helped amplify the tower's energies. Astra was first to arrive, and he activated the global recall. That brought the rest of them there. It's much stronger here, its presence. The heroes looked at each other. For those located on different continents, it was the first time they met face to face since that day on the bus or that moment with the gods. But they were referring to the taunt that the Demon King emitted, its constant aura. Harris, Becky, and Myri looked at them. Welcome to the Central Continent. Yeah, we were going for the Demon King immediately, Nea shrugged. Some of them nodded, a few looked uncertain. Astra, who was level 125, took the lead. Let's go. There is really no point delaying this entire thing. Can you three lead the way? Sure, but do you guys need to call on your summoned armies? Or they can appear at any second. Gustav and Lombard both nodded. My powers need a bit time to appear, and I have artillery forces. I will need to position my bombardment units at a distance. Harris took out the map again. There was a red star showing where the Demon King was and a big red ring around it. What's the red ring? The Demon King's army. Fodder for us. Harris winced at the word but didn't say a thing. He pointed to a chain of hills and slopes further out. What's the range of your artillery? Is this place far enough? How far is that? Lombard looked at the map. He had an issue translating distances on maps into range. In practice, he used his own forces to sense where it was, and he had spotter units that helped his artillery units find targets. Harris didn't know how to explain distances, too, not in this world where kilometers and all didn't really mean much. They didn't have measurement tools. What was one day's horse ride away, and was it even universal? Different horses traveled different speeds. What more for those with riding skills? Never mind, use the Demon King's aura as a gauge, Astra intervened. Let's move. Feel free to break off to set up your forces. Gustav the Golem Master and Lombard the Cannoneer nodded. Sure. It wasn't hard to find a Demon King that was actively transmitting its presence to the heroes. And stranger still, none of the kingdoms attempted to hexbomb the Demon King. In fact, the hexbombs mostly stopped once the heroes got their groove going. After all, why sacrifice lives when the heroes, summoned units, could fight walkers for you? The Demon King warped the terrain with it right in the middle. Its large, massive legs embedded into the ground, drawing mana and energy from the planet. In a way, it resembled an extremely large oil rig that pulled that mana and then used it to produce walker after walker. The floating castle next to it also generated mana and fed it to the king. When the heroes first saw what they were up against, it was a mixed reaction. Those overconfident ones merely grinned. No matter how many of these fodders they make, it's not going to stop us. Some felt this validated their choice, that it was time to fight the Demon King anyway. Delaying it was not going to solve the problem. And those who voted no in their minds, this was the moment that made them feel like it was always inevitable. It was either they fight the demons or the demons destroy the world. It was a game, wasn't it? It's waiting for us. Let's not keep it waiting. Astra nodded, and he triggered the star mana forms. Around him, phantoms started appearing, and they charged into the horde of demons before them. Astra's body itself was coated by a white sheen, as if he was a divine being here to bestow divine retribution. Thousands, tens of thousands of phantoms appeared, a one-man army, and it ripped through the regular demonoids like paper. The walkers, some 150 of them, towered across the battlefield, and they started shooting their energy blasts. They were always in position, and the quiet skies were ripped by the thundering shots. Each of the heroes summoned their forces. Tens of thousands of summoned creatures, almost 100,000 summoned creatures, magically appeared from portals as if it was a scene from Endgame. One of them, of course, had to quip. "We're in the endgame now, and this is our final battle with Thanos. I hope not. I don't want one of us to die. If only one of us die, that's a win." Gustav summoned massive golems, 15 of them, each as large as a walker and with powers no inferior to it. Magical yet mechanical constructs. They resembled giant-sized Ant-Man fighting the massive Leviathans when they wrestled the walkers. Lombard had self-propelling railguns in the distance, and they matched the walkers' energy blasts. Each hero brought their own type of special armies. Harris had walking shield generators that deflected energy blasts, protecting summoned units from the enemies. For close to 2 hours, the entire crater was engulfed in battles, as demons and the summoned creatures clashed. Still, the demonoids were never able to hold back the heroes' forces, even if they thinned them greatly. Even if giant, demonic wyverns ripped the summoned railguns to shreds, there were always more summoned units. Yet the Demon King remained unmoved in the middle. All it did was concentrate its power on its throne, its massive legs unmoving, its massive gate-like horns, 8 of them, a rift right in the middle of that cavity. As they got nearer, they changed targets, and they started to attack the Demon King's massive body. Those attacks met a massive energy barrier, the railgun bolts vibrating and rippling on the barrier like a rock that dropped into a lake. Their summoned units gradually gained an upper hand. The overconfident heroes started to feel vindicated. The Demon King's army was nothing much after all, not against 11 heroes and their combined armies complete with all the stacking auras each of them had. Yet the Demon King didn't move, nor did the shadow of the former Demon King. The rift changed color. The heroes attacked again at the barrier. The barrier held on, but it was cracking. Small holes started to emerge and some summoned units got close to the Demon King's legs. They attacked. The rift turned red. Nea, the archmage with an army of summoned water and ice elementals, attacked, raining ice on the battlefield. He too was enveloped in a sheen of white-bluish light. His magical longstaff had a dark blue crystal. The Demon King's army was down to half, and almost all the demon walkers, elites, and generals were down. The fodder surprisingly lasted longer because there was just so many of them, but they were fodder. Truly, only the Demon King itself mattered. The rift turned a darker red, almost maroon. "Is it going to fire?" Harris looked. A massive ice blast finally cracked the barrier. The heroes' units were cut down to less than a quarter now, but it was now between them and the king. This was why they saved Star Mana. The gigantic golems attacked the unmoving Demon King. Its massive body resembled a castle that didn't move despite the attacks. That was not to say the golems' attack were ineffective. They worked. There were small wounds and scars where the golems attacked. It was just that the Demon King was a monstrous thing, a city in a creature. From a distance, its present form resembled a massive spider with super thick legs, and another upside-down spider on the top, its legs representing the horns that created the rift. The heroes attacked. Their summoned creatures damaged the Demon King, but it was too slow. The rift turned purple. Then, in a short flash, it shot out a thick purple beam that cut a massive gash in the ground, and all the way till the horizon, destroying everything in its path. And one hero stood in its path, her body burning from its purple flames, and then she fell into the gash below. She died, and all her summoned units vanished with her. All the heroes felt a surge of anger as they lobbed more attacks. There was no need. The rift was gray again. This time the floating castle moved to attack, firing smaller red beams from its many spires. "Who was that?" Harris shouted. They were all spread out in the battlefield, their forces making everything messy. Astra checked his status. He was like the chat administrator who could see who went offline. Simone. What? Those from the same place felt some loss. For the rest of them it was just a name. The Demon King was before them, and now this thing was attacking them. It tore through the stronger summoned units easily. Focus on the Demon King. There is still 10 of us, and that rift takes forever to charge. We can win this. The rift turned orange. You fucking jinx of a mouth, Nea cursed as he lobbed spell after spell at the Demon King's body. The Demon King's body had cracks, but it was like ants making microscopic cuts on a giant elephant. Sure, there were cuts, but it was going to take a while for it to take down the giant. Get rid of the floating castle. Spells flew, and golems, railguns, and lightning blasts zapped the floating castle. Slightly smaller than the Demon King and clearly less sturdy, each attack made it wobble in midair, and the red beams tended to lose their paths. The rift was still orange, but it was getting darker. More cracks appeared throughout the massive body of the Demon King. Even the gargantuan golems looked like little children trying to fight with an adult. Some of the heroes concentrated fire on the floating castle. A shadow of the former Demon King, it was hardly as strong. No, it was perhaps only a quarter of its stats, and so the hits got to it easily and the floating castle crumbled, then crashed into the ground below, exposing a round red crystal. The rift was red. Harris instantly felt danger and quickly activated all the summoned shields he could gather. "Watch out for that thing," he shouted. The red crystal vibrated. A golem lifted it up and flung it as far as it could. The rift was dark red. The fuck? Why is the color changing so quickly? Ain't a final boss without some spool, you know. This was probably one of it. A golem punched one of the legs, and the leg finally, after receiving so much damage from the army of summons around it, collapsed. The rift was still dark red. And then it released a shockwave of that dark red energy, scorching through most of the summoned units, destroying them instantly. It also destroyed many of the lesser demons, but by now there were no demon walkers left. The wave smacked right into the hero's protective items and shields, but one of the heroes was too near and couldn't react to it time. The wave burned him, and he flailed like a man on fire. The reddish fire got past whatever protection he had. Nea attempted an ice blast to negate the fire, but it didn't work. It seemed like the fire found a life of its own, and somehow it wouldn't subside. Healer. Despite the massive distance, healing was still entirely possible. The healing dedicated hero still had a tremendous cast range and could instantly activate healing. The fire didn't go away, but the wounds recovered instantly. Yet the rift was still red, and then a second blast went out. The healer had to put up a shield. The burning hero was still too close, and the second blast turned him into ash. Fuck, the healer cursed, and the earth rumbled. The Demon King was finally moving. Even if one of its legs was broken, it still had 7 other legs, and the 2 red energy waves incinerated most of the summoned units. So the battlefield was quite clean. Just the surviving 9 heroes, 1 Demon King, and some of their summons. "Anyone have summons left?" Astra asked through their live chat. At this distance, it wasn't hard to maintain some kind of VC function. Or should we focus on defense? I still have star mana, but I think we should restrict summons to higher tier ones. Those can take one shot. 2 gigantic golems remained, but the red flames enveloped them, and they slowly melted them. Some gladiators too were around. They had the benefit of having star mana artifacts that allowed them to tank the wave. The Demon King moved rather slowly. It was pulling out its massive legs embedded deep into the ground. Each leg left a deep hole, and as it lifted its body up to walk, they saw something resembling a mouth for the first time. Located at the bottom of its body, it looked like the central part of an octopus, only made with demonic matter, and it glowed in various colors. And there were smaller mouths. They were open. Shields. They all felt it, and all the mouths spat out a red fire, coating everything beneath the Demon King in an inferno. This time, the already damaged golems crumbled and turned back into nothing. We need to skip our summons. But then what's the point of all our army skills? It's just to get to this point. Then it's fucked. Well, except for the ranged magical railguns that thankfully were out of range of the initial blasts. 2 survived and they could continue bombardment. Still, the damage they dealt were minuscule. Well, the Demon King did take damage from the earlier attacks, and throughout its massive body there were wounds and scars. Concentrated attack. Use star mana forms. Harris yelled out. In his mind, he wondered why the notes talked about using star mana forms to fight the Demon King. Let's get on its body. There should be cores we can attack, rather than us trying to take on the entire structure. Good point. Nea waved his wand and an ice sheet levitated him up. The Demon King's many mouths opened, and this time they lobbed small energy blasts in the millions. They rained down on the heroes below, attempting to delay the heroes from approaching its main body. Did this Demon King take notes from bullet hell or something? Layers on layers of ice shield appeared, blocking the little blasts. We made a mistake. We should have just gone for the main body right away. What, and get caught by the red wave? We didn't even know it could do that. All the heroes had activated their defensive abilities. The overconfidence from the early stage had faded. They witnessed 2 of them die. Maybe they'd be next. There was no time to be reckless and hold back some abilities in reserve. Still, the rain of energy bullets did not deter the heroes at all, and very quickly all of them were on the Demon King's main body. There were no lesser demons but parts of the Demon King that attacked them. Throughout its body, spires transformed into tentacles or beam towers, attacking the invading heroes. The heroes spread out, looking for cores or hearts, things that powered the Demon King. They hacked at everything that looked like it could hold something like that, their star mana-powered abilities, now at close range, easily cutting through any defenses the Demon King had. Even while the massive monster moved, they had to be wary. The rift was now orange again, and gradually it turned reddish. And the massive size of the Demon King meant they could be hacking and attacking nothing for hours. Their strongest area spells lacked the focused damage needed to cut through the Demon King's defenses. One hero summoned her elites to help out, but the elites were useless. Unless they had equipment made or infused with star mana, the damage they dealt was close to nothing. We need to split up. The Demon King suddenly stopped, and it jabbed one of its large legs into the ground. The heroes braced for the sudden shaking and collapse of the Demon King's body to the ground. They had magic to keep them steady and floating. Then it did so again. A second leg pierced the ground. Why is it doing that? How far have we moved? The heroes suddenly realized they were no longer in the crater. The Demon King had moved a good distance during the 30 to 40 minutes they were attacking its body. Its massive size and magic meant they hardly felt the move. What's going on? It was that very moment, through the entirety of the world, all the demonoids shook and disintegrated into small, ash-like particles. Then the ashes started moving as if swept by a wind, all toward the Demon King. They moved intensely, and throughout the world, a strong, hurricane-like wind wrecked, damaged, and killed many, as this wind carried all these ashes to the Demon King. It's the transformation. All boss fights must have another form. This must be it. The heroes didn't realize the issue. Stop it, Astra yelled. We must find the source before this transformation completes. How? The heroes were attacking the Demon King's body as much as they could. Some of them concentrated their attacks on the center, believed that the Demon King would have its core in the center. Harris paused and took a sip from a flask. He closed his eyes momentarily, willing his body and soul to sense the Demon King. The Demon King could sense them, and they could sense the Demon King. Lady Mika's notes were clear on that. Maybe they had to find it using that sense. And indeed, he did. There are 4 cores. He pointed them out and quickly rushed to the one nearest to him. The heroes managed to destroy 3 cores, and even so it took them 2 hours. way longer than they liked despite how strong their star mana was. There were just too many tentacles, monsters, and spires in the way. 2 hours never felt so long. The ashes all arrived, and then the body itself also turned into ash. Quick, find the core, attack it when it's in ash form. They did find it, and they attacked it with all their might. The ash was too thick. After all, it was a mass made from all the demons generated throughout the world. The ash formed together into a large sphere. It floated in the sky as if there was a dark moon, its massive size turning day into night. The heroes attacked relentlessly, hoping to interfere with its transformation. The sphere split into 10 smaller spheres, and 9 of the spheres transformed into humanoid-shaped warriors. The heroes wondered why their attacks failed to stop the transformation. The last sphere transformed into a grotesque, massive demon rod. It was as large as a tower, and it then jammed deep into the ground. Don't stop," Astra yelled. There were 9 of them and 9 demons. That rod must be the core. What they saw then was the very earth itself transforming into an unnatural terrain. The demon rod was a scaled-up Demon King version of the demon rod. They also saw something strange. Spirits of their 2 fallen comrades bound by the Demon King rod. It siphoned energy from the 2 glowing white spirits, and it pulsed. With each pulse, the demon rod gained power and spread its influence further. The heroes didn't have to ask much. They understood it by seeing. They had to stop it. The Demon King wanted their souls for energy, and the 9 demons stood in their way. Oddly sized just like them, they resembled humans. All of them had 2 hands, 2 legs, 1 head, all in human-like ways, and each of them held a different weapon. They were gray, unlike the usual reddish-brown the demonoids had. The heroes attacked. There was not much to talk, even if they looked human, and these 9 demons matched the heroes for it. At first, they felt the presence of the Demon King spread further and further in the ground, and simultaneously the environment around them started burning with a black fire. Demon fire. They'd seen this. They were briefed of it. The 9 demons kept up. Somehow the star mana wasn't as effective on them as before. As if they were made of something else. The heroes, exhausted from their earlier long battles, found themselves digging as deep as they could to stand up to them. Some of the heroes did better, especially those proficient in close combat like Jared, who was the first to stab his star mana sword through one of the demons, and the demon turned into ash. 8 left. And then one of the demons stabbed its rapier into Nea's chest, and instantly Nea started to turn into ash. 8 of them left. The 8 gray ash demons seemed to take their attacks as if they were just regular adventurers. A part of them wanted to ask, how? But the adrenaline and exhaustion meant they just kept fighting. The heroes were leading. Those focused on close combat, Jared and Harris, started gaining an edge. They defeated 5 and lost Helen, Gustav, and Lombard. Only 5 of them left. Harris, Jared, Astra, Myri, and Becky, and 3 ash demons left. The ash demons' power waned, and that was when they realized the Demon King couldn't keep maintaining them forever. They killed the 3 ash demons and turned their focus on the massive rod. They had to break it. They all felt it, the scream and wailing of their comrades being drained, unable to move on. The earth itself tried to resist the demonic influence, but powered by the hero's star mana, the earth couldn't hold it back. The corruption had spread as far as their eyes could see, maybe even further. Maybe even some of the cities would have seen the demon flames because the entire skyline was just black fire. The battle against the ash demons took too long, 3 hours, maybe 4. The sky was already dark, but because the demon fire was everywhere, they didn't realize it. They pulled their power together, exhausted as they were. They didn't know how much star mana they used, and by now, it felt like they'd gone past their reserve and some. They didn't even know how they managed to use that last attack and destroyed the Demon King rod. Demon King Sabnok has been slain. But the corruption was not going away. and the corruption had spread over almost half of the entire central continent, that half rendered nigh uninhabitable. New Freaka was well within the range of the spread. Year 85 month 1 IT was coming. We could feel it in our roots, our trunks, our bodies. Every bit of us, we felt it. As if the earth itself cried out for help and none of us could do anything. There was a tide out there in that distance, and it came so quickly, so very quickly. All at once the soul realm was flooded with deaths. Something had spread throughout the continent. I could almost feel it, the entirety of Nung burned up and destroyed. Barsoom, gone in a flash. It happened so quickly as the earth itself rotted and turned into this demonic thing. Our extended subsidiary trees felt it first, its presence rushing in, and rather quickly those distant subsidiary trees burned almost instantly in the dark demonic flames. The giant attendant trees, too, started to burn, but they were stronger and they shared more of our powers, and so they never truly burned. Instead, they resembled my past when I was a small stump, engulfed in a black flame but not dead. It spread quickly, and it was amazing how quickly it did. But we had no time to think about that because we felt death everywhere, and we felt like pebbles on the beach, watching a tsunami come in. All we could do was stand our ground and face it. Everyone, the best place now is to get as near me as possible, into the woods. We spoke to the elves and everyone, and they ran as fast as they could. One by one, I lose my link to my faraway trees nearest to the Demon King. It was as if I was playing Stellaris and some unknown extra-dimensional disaster started swallowing up all my stars, and it happened so quickly. We had maybe half an hour at the rate the corruption was expanding. That was our guess. Maybe it would slow down because of the area covered increased squared the further the corruption went, and so the same energy wouldn't be able to corrupt as many places, and it was coming through the ground. Don't go underground. What? No. The best place now is above ground, and watch for things coming from beneath. What's even happening? One of them asked, but Jura had trained enough that he didn't question me all that much. Batch by batch my trees disappeared in a flash, but indeed, it was slightly slowing, but not by much. The fires and the corruption burned so quickly that I hardly got a view of what was going on. I placed a large wall of subsidiary trees and giant attendant trees as it approached. I wanted to see how they performed. It was literally like the earth itself was rotting and burning simultaneously, and the wall held just a short second before it too overwhelmed my trees and burned them. Shit. There was a whole load of madness and chaos, as some people did as they were told, but some didn't. They ran for the woods. I hoped that having a huge number of trees mutually reinforcing the aura would somehow slow it down or stop it altogether. I tried again. It was getting much closer. The demon's presence was like a wave. It pushed closer and closer. It was still not in the valley yet, but maybe 10 minutes to impact. Tell everyone to prepare for fire and the earth cracking. Those who managed to run into the woods did so, and we mentally braced for impact. The trees lasted longer. They didn't burn as quickly. 5 minutes. The trees right outside the valley burned. We could see it coming. A black tide and a sky filled with black flames. It was coming into contact to my own roots now. And it didn't burn much. I pushed my mana into the ground, into my roots to strengthen them, and tried to hold it. Like a rock in a river, this foul energy attempted to sweep me off, attacking my mana-strengthened roots. At first, I managed to hold on. New Freaka was still fine for now. But the waves kept coming. 20 minutes, the dark energies from somewhere kept up their pressure on my roots, and they even spiked and ebbed in waves. We were now like an island in a sea of corruption, and this tide threatened to sink us as well. The wave was relentless, and gradually my mana started to wane. A crack appeared, and with it, a huge crack appeared in New Freaka, and fire shot out of the ground. Some of the houses caught on fire, and some of the citizens died there and then. It was screaming. For many of them, it was a sudden change because a while ago it was still clear skies and a sunny day. I tried to pull as much mana as I could, hoping to resist it, but the corruption was strong and constant. Even so far away, another crack appeared, and this time it torched our underground sewers. I thought it got a few more people who didn't listen to instruction, but I didn't have time to focus. Tree, Jura shouted. We're trying to hold it back. This was our immediate vicinity, and the Demon King's corruption was still so strong. How? No time to theorize, though. We focused our efforts on stopping the corrupting energy. It felt a bit like a wooden dam that was cracking, and more cracks and another part of New Freaka burned. Then the corrupting energy surged. It hit the wall like a massive wrecking ball, and in an instant 1/3 of New Freaka was in flames. There was screaming and shouting everywhere. Tree, what's going on? Demon King. That was all I could answer as I tried to push back at the energy. Why did it surge so quickly? I didn't even have time to see what happened to all the elves. The corrupting energy surged again, and it burned more of New Freaka. People were running, and the edges of my forest were in flames, demonic flames. This isn't working, Tree. I felt the demonic corrupting energy surge in again. Did I try to hold back and let it smack into the forest? What worked me? Should I do it again like with Alexis? But this energy was the Demon King's very own energy. It was unmistakable. Could I do it? Tree. Ian. I heard faint chatter, and we felt the pain coming through the network. So many trees were burning, so many trees. What if? We felt the call for aid from all the trees, screaming, wailing. If trees could scream, we would be deaf. No. While we kept up the wall of mana to hold the corruption at bay, we intentionally let some of it in, and using mana, we guided it TOME. The demonic energies attacked my main body, but unlike the other trees, I could take it. And I kept holding on for an hour, 2, 3, 4, and after a while all I saw was just darkness. I felt demonic energy and mana, and it burned. My roots, my trunk, I felt pain. The valley was sinking. The corruption, taking the form of the Demon King's mana, was unable to break through our walls except at the funnels where the corruption was instead drawn to me. So it went under, around, and over, and the entirety of the valley started to sink. I didn't know how long that was because the pain from the Demon King's corrupting mana messed with my already distorted sense of time. I wasn't even sure I was awake the entire time, in between feeling like I was like a chicken roasted over an open fire. Pain. The valley was submerged now. A shell made of distorted, demonic mana-tainted rock now surrounded the valley like an egg with a broken shell right on top that barely let some sun in. Or a snow globe, only our walls were made of demonic rock. I didn't know what happened to the elves or New Freaka, but I reckon nothing much was left. I felt my soul realm get flooded with souls, and at the same time a whole bunch of other notifications came in. Connection to Verdant Volcano lost. Connection to Tree of Mana lost. Connection to Dimitri lost. Pain. I lost the trees that linked me to the volcano and the magical ley line. It was just so painful. Pain. I felt the mana overwhelm me at times, and my entire main tree was burning. Yet I knew that the other trees in the valley were still somewhat safe. I could hear them. Black flames danced across my body, my leaves now a mix of green and black. Tree. Who was that? Tree. I had no ability to respond, but it should be one of the elves. Pain. It was just madness. The pressure from the demon's mana increased, and I felt the walls and roots buckle a little. I tried to push it back and relieve the pressure by drawing it more to me. I could barely see, but we were submerged. It was as if the entire terrain around us had somehow partly turned into sludge. Or was it because we were resisting and that was why it turned out that way? The pressure kept on and I felt I was burning, but I thought the valley was safe. I knew it was. Curse. Demonic mana contamination. You have absorbed too much demonic mana and you are now cursed. Your ability to remain conscious is now significantly impaired and you will feel pain constantly. The fuck was that? The mana pressure surged, and then stopped. Demon King Sabnok has been slain. You received 6 fragments. You have a total of 74 fragments. I felt like I needed less mana to push back against the corruption, but it still overwhelmed me. My entire body was still on fire. It was like I was the unlimited charcoal of the flame. My entire body was probably charred black now. The fire of the Demon King clearly wasn't just fire, else I'd be immune to it. The pain came and went, and came again. The Demon King was dead, but I was still in pain, and after a while I felt myself lose consciousness. 1 year later, year 86 when I woke up, I noticed the time on my record had changed by a year. I was asleep for a year and I was still burning. The Demon King's corruption was still around us and the pain was still there. In fact, I was jolted awake by the pain. What was happening? Was everyone okay? Were my fellow trees alive? I couldn't sense a thing. The demonic flames and their corruption had numbed all my senses. Even if I attempted to see, all I felt was fire. It was like I started all over again so many years ago, when I had no senses. It was just numb. I checked my notifications. There was clearly a lot that I'd missed when I was asleep. Ares, Brislach, Wallen, Emil, Bell, and 170 other familiar users have died. You gained 3 levels. You are now level 145. As Ares was under soul contract, you received an assignable soul. Soul Forge is down. Skill learned from Emil's death, basic tea making. Skill learned from Wallen's death, basic administration and record keeping. Skill learned from a fallen Valthorn initiate, pain endurance. The skill Hibernate has been significantly upgraded to regenerating sleep. The skill Haunted Forest significantly upgraded to a unique skill, Forest of Ghostfire. The skill Natural Mana overwhelming upgraded. Oh. I felt a twang of sadness for their deaths. But then again, that meant Jura, Laufen, and Lausanne were still alive. What was happening out there? I couldn't see a thing, even if I could feel like I was still holding back a barrier of demonic mana, and I was still drawing the demonic energies from outside. I could still access my soul realm at least. Ares. In the dark, large, extra-dimensional space filled with many little floating lights, this was the place where the dead went to move on. A small light floated and approached. Oh, what happened? The valley sank and this black wall appeared and trapped the entire valley. Almost everyone died. I was killed by a stray fire from one of the cracks in the floor. Do you know what else? NOI died quite quickly. I went back to my notifications. There was still a lot to go through. A year just zoomed by. There were a whole bunch of skill seeds and class seeds I received from all the people that died throughout the world. There was so many skill seeds I could probably give 10,000 people and still have leftovers. From my soul realm alone there were perhaps 800,000 little lights, and there were probably more that already moved on to their next life. So many died. Trevor, Ivy, Stratrigos, Trioner, Horns, Silence. Unable to establish connection to Trevor or Ivy or Stratrigos or Horns. Trioner has been destroyed. Stratrigos has been destroyed. Trioner's remains are pending collection. Do you wish to collect it? Stratrigos' remains are pending collection. Do you wish to collect it? Yes. Your skill, Learning Aura significantly upgraded to Genius Aura. Your skill, Dream Tutor significantly upgraded to Dream Academy. Your skill, Power Leveling upgraded. You gained a skill, Instant Battlefield Route Tunnels, that sounded like Trevor, Ivy, and Horns were still alive. That was good. And then I felt the pain again. The surging pain. Why was it still so strong even when the Demon King had fallen? Did his corruption take a mind of its own? I couldn't resist the pain and it made me lose consciousness again. Aftermath, Lausanne IT was a sudden day. Tree started screaming in their heads that something was happening and they had to be prepared. What's going on? One of the Valthorns asked Lausanne. Why do we all hear Ian's voice? Something bad is coming. Let's go, Lausanne snapped. They'd never had Ian suddenly warn them in this manner. Not ever. To the woods. Everyone fled, but it was a mess. The planned underground bunkers were not good places, but not everyone got the message, so some of them still ran for the bunkers. Some wondered whether it was a false alarm, like that time when the demon supercannon attacked. Some just shrugged it off. Nothing to worry about. Ian will take care of it. For the first time, sadly, Ian's powers were not enough. The sky darkened almost instantly as the shockwave of the Demon King's corrupting mana flooded the distant skies. The first wave came, and they felt the entirety of the valley shake like never before. Roots started popping out of the floor, and so did cracks. It was as if the roots were fighting the earth itself, trying to hold the ground together despite the earth trying to break apart. Then came the flames. The cracks started to spit out weird, blackish things that spawned strange, demon-like creatures. Demons. It was a battle now, but the ground was shaking uncontrollably. Where'd they come from? Roots started emerging to impale the demons and often swallowed them altogether. No one was free to answer. Lausanne activated her special familiar and used the vine whips to quickly move, avoiding the cracking earth below. Luckily, her mom was usually found in the secret hideout, so she figured her mom was safe. The ground shook, and they saw the skies turn red and then black. Black flames filled the distant skies, and the trees in the horizon burned. It wasn't hard to figure out that the Demon King did something, but they could only hope to survive it. Another crack, this time right across New Freaka, and a jet of black flames shot out, burning through multiple houses and people. The fires emitted were unnatural, a mix of black and red. People burned, and Lausanne had never seen so much death in her life. But she didn't panic. Somehow, somewhere, something drove her to run, using her vines to pull as many as she could out to safety. Buildings started collapsing, the outer walls fell, houses burned. Another crack, a streak of fire emerged. They ran for the woods. Another massive crack appeared in the ground, and black fires emerged from the gap. Roots appeared to try and pull the cracks back together, but the roots too got burned. Still, more roots appeared to take their place. All she could hear were shouts, screams, and cries for help. She tried. Beetles appeared, and they moved on their own, carrying as many as they could toward the deep forests. Lady Lausanne, I'm glad you're safe. Mattias appeared. He levitated in the air using some kind of magic. He created shields, and they worked somewhat to redirect the flames. What's Ian doing? I'm sure it's fighting this demonic energy. Throughout the valley there were many cracks and also many roots appearing. We don't have much time. The area closest to Ian is the safest. We must go quickly. He levitated and also attempted to carry a few others with him, dodging jets of fire that emerged. Did you see Uncle Jura? I'm afraid not, but I think he should be fine, Mattias said. I must go. Lausanne nodded and sidestepped a fire jet. She created a wood shield to block a black fire. The shield disintegrated almost instantly, but it did block it. People were running, but the cracks were getting bigger, especially in New Freaka's outer districts. Even the Valtrian Order's headquarters were not spared, as everything just went up in flames. The hotel was partially burning, too. Few things lasted long against the flames, but Lausanne noticed quite a number of trees that seemed to resist the fire a lot better. Crack! Another rift appeared from another direction, and then they noticed it. The valley was starting to sink, and New Freaka was torn apart. So many fled. A part of the dirt started to move, turning into a kind of sludge that swept through New Freaka. It was as if the land around the valley turned into a mudslide, and the roots appeared, attempting to hold the mudslide back. So the mud moved upward and the roots followed. What? Lausanne ran. Whatever this wasn't something for them. It was then she saw it. 6 massive streaks of dark energy appeared, as if pulled by something toward Ian. The streaks torched all the trees in their path but left those out of their way untouched. It broke the illusion that hid Ian from everyone's view, and they saw it, a massive towering tree that almost pierced the sky go up in flames. Black fire danced and raged, hopping from branch to branch. Ian's camouflage had broken. Those 6 streaks turned into rivers of dark energy. They seemed to flow toward Ian's now revealed position, and Ian's body burned, but it did not crumble. The cracking stopped. Ian had drawn in the energy to itself, and instead, a massive black pyre emerged like a tornado, and it surrounded Ian's main body, cutting it off from everyone. Lausanne stopped, not sure whether to go toward Ian or not. The black flame was clearly some kind of demonic energy, and it didn't look safe. They were now trapped. The sludge had somehow formed into a cocoon that wrapped the entire valley, held back by massive walls of roots. There was a very small hole at the top that let in some light, but it was right above the pyre because the wall of roots was clearly centered around Ian. New Frika was gone. Those who managed to flee and somehow got to an area where there was no dark mana temporarily survived. But things looked bleak. What about food? Lausanne looked around. She still had her familiar, which meant she could still create fruits and use some plant growth abilities. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad. Tree. She tried to mentally call out. Nothing. She looked around. This wasn't going to end soon. The sludge was still struggling against the roots, but at least the roots looked like they would hold. The tremors stopped, and there were no new big rifts, just smaller cracks here and there. The survivors gathered into groups, only about 5,000 left from what was a city of almost 100,000. Most of the Valtrian Order and Valthorns died today. So few, and because of how the circumstances favored those with levels, it was indeed the higher level that survived mostly. Jura, Mattias, Ivan, and herself all made it. Mom, too, who happened to be somewhere near Uncle Jura. What now? The survivors gathered, some of them naturally approaching Lausanne as a contact point. I can't reach Ian. Lausanne looked at the 5,000 survivors. It was too sudden, too abrupt. A mud tsunami and a firestorm later, here they were. What was left? The survivors could walk a bit now, the tremors had mostly stopped. Message was down, a surviving mage complained. The tower's been destroyed. The mud sludge and firestorm took down the hero's communication tower. The sky was dark, everything was dark. Their source of light now was that little hole right on top, or the dancing black flames that enveloped Ian's body. How do we get out? Should we even get out? Ian's holding this place together. I doubt outside will be any better. Lausanne ran and saw a few others. Mom, Lausanne and Laufen hugged. Glad you're safe. Yeah, Jura was next to her. He looked like he was covered in dust and ash. Well, Ian's not responding. We're trapped here and we have some food from our familiars. Not that bad. Not that bad. Let's get organized and see whether we can salvage any of the houses. Ian's hideouts are all inaccessible.